I used to keep a checklist of all the Hamilton songs, and I would check off a song when I was able to, like, sing it without looking at the lyrics and, like, remembered all the lyrics by heart. Thank you, I was jamming. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here early. Okay. Hello, YouTube, by the way. So today we're doing chapter 22 of Gimme That Candy Floss, choco pie wrapped in American cheese, and guess what I have? So we're gonna do that. If you've ever been wondering how these food combinations taste and you've never wanted to try it but was curious how they tasted, don't worry, that's what I'm here for. Already know. Oh my god, hi Jay. Um, I am not scared. I'm not scared of high artisanized food combinations. I know it's not real cheese. That's honestly, that's the thing that really scares me. If it was like choco pie wrapped in like cheddar cheese or something, I would be like, "That's interesting," but I would be up for it because it's cheese and chocolate, right? Which cheese and chocolate can go together, but it's American cheese, which I never have, and it's not real cheese, but I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna try it, and let's hope I have an iron stomach. I have a pretty good durable stomach, but maybe those will be my, like, famous last words, you know? Okay. So, yeah, the summary is 2 choco pies, 4 slices of American cheese, I'm not gonna make that much, 2 trees 15 years apart, best paired in a basket full of dearest, comma, Zoe. So that was why I said take a break. Yeah, let's go. Ooh, let's go. I'm so excited for the letters. I'm so excited. That's enough slices. That sounds like shit, more like that sounds like I'm gonna have to shit after this. Anyway, notes. Zomira! Also, yes, I did in fact update the chapter count finally after being afraid of it and doing all the chapter splits. That's the last time I'll update the chapter count. I promise Jake I'll stop splitting chapters. You have to believe me, please. I don't believe anything you say. But anyway, yay, Zomira. Hashtag Zomira rise. Hashtag Zorumi soon. The chapter count is 33 chapters. That means we have 11 more chapters after this. I'm gonna lose my mind. This is like how long is, like, the entirety of the Harry Potter series? Because, like, girl, it's gonna be long as fuck. Um, 11 more weeks, bro. If Jay is still here, sending power, sending power to the Beta Rangers, baby. You guys are the world's strongest soldiers. Hello. Okay, I've already laughed too much. I I feel crazy. Also, I have an apple because I'm gonna try something. Yeah, I'm been reading the next chapter while I have you on the side. Crazy. Crazy how people are, like, able to write chapters or, like, read something while I'm reading this. I'm like, "How does your brain" anyway, it's okay, we're all a bit crazy. Rayami sends her love. What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? I already know throwing apples out of the window. Why would I throw apples out the window? Yeah. I have you in the background waiting for my performance, and I'll have this What? What are you performing? What performance? The entirety of Harry Potter is 1.08. Sorry, you stream is being weird, and I want it to be recorded, so okay, let's see, let's see. Let's see how that goes. We're back? Okay, cool, 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 cool. But whatever. She would wait however long it would take for Zoe anyway. Not that she wanted to get married to Zoe or anything. Like Zoe said, it was just a bit of a precaution. Her parents have already lectured her enough times about marrying when she's older. Apparently, comes with a lot of power. According to them, marrying someone good meant that she would have even more power in the world. Who would be gooder, more good than someone like Zoe? I think that would be fine, Mira says, nodding slowly. And just because she knows Zoe, she can't help but tease. Do you want to pinky swear on it? This is TC, this is GTC, and I'm being like, pew, 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 pew. I'm being bombarded with pinky swears, with pinky swear angst. Pinky swear angst. Mm. Zoe surprises her by saying, nope. Then Zoe takes her wrist and tugs it close to her. She shows Mira her fist, and she slowly unclenches her fingers to reveal the piece of paper in her hand. It's a tiny thing. Mira's not even sure that it would fit around her pinky, but she knows what it's meant to be. She can tell from the circular design and the care around the corners that Zoe was trying to fashion a ring. What if I what if I curled my elf? What if I curled my elf? What if I? Mm. Sorry, it's not pink, Zoe says timidly. I ripped the paper from my notebook before we got here. Do you want me to make you a pink one instead? I promise I won't be mad. Mira swallows and then shakes her head. It's perfect, Zumi, she croaks. Zumi flashes her a big, big smile. She takes Mira's wrist, remarks that she'd seen people do this sort of thing on TV, then slowly guides the shoddy ring onto Mira's left ring finger. Surprisingly, it fits. They both admire the homemade ring on Mira's finger. Mira already makes a note in the back of her mind to tell someone in her house to get a special ring box for it so she can keep it safe forever. She wouldn't ever want to lose something as precious and thoughtful as this, something that marks such an important promise. What is it that they say about two people who get married? That they would never be apart from each other? Mira really likes the sound of that. Zoe asks, do you want to climb on the monkey bars with me? Mira laughs, breathless and free. I do, she admits. Of course I do, Zumi. Oh, my curled mouth. Why are these like 7 and 8-year-olds getting married make me so emotional? Why? Also, I broke open the apple, so I'm gonna take a bite. Yep, baby Mira and Pinky swears. Like, oh my god, I got married by the slide at recess. That is such a beautiful thing. I I didn't get married to anyone as a child. I think it would be a fun little thing. Children are super fun. My nephew wants to marry a girl at pre-K. It's so cute. I think it's so sweet. Um, my friends held my funeral at recess when I got in trouble. We broke up the next week. I mean, yeah. I think I'm still married to this one boy. Those kinds of stories are so fun to me. It's like, oh yeah, when I was 5 years old, I got married to this boy on during recess, and like we're technically still. Hi, on TV. I saw you. You were here before. Don't act like you are just coming in. I saw you here before. Did you announce another murder or something? Because I know who's getting murdered next. You said this to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Probably your Wi-Fi. Probably my Wi-Fi. Real, real. No, I do wanna murder my Wi-Fi because it's pissing me off anyway. but I did just make a new let's see what post Hunmun TV made. Okay. I told myself that I wouldn't get distracted during today's stream. Well, I was wrong. Um, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? I hate you. I hate you. Ugh. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Go check Hunmun TV's Twitter if you are really curious. I'm not saying it. Distractions are half the content. I'm glad y'all enjoy them. But this is a 28K chapter, so I'm gonna keep going. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it. Go check Honman TV's Twitter and you'll understand what I mean when I say I'm not saying that. Okay, next part is Zoe POV. Zoe presses her thumbs into the core of the apple and splits it right in half. What if I throw up? What if I throw up? That I'm taking another bite. Mm. My friend just read the part about the tattoos, and I'm laughing so hard. The part in chapter 15 about the tattoos. Oh, chapter search. Oh gosh darn, Homeland TV, what a menace. Me when I talk about myself. Me when I talk about myself on the TL. She hands it over to Rumi, who smiles gently at her in gratitude. I could have cut those up for you, Rumi chides. Zoe leans her elbows on the counter and rocks on her heels. She shakes her head with a close-lipped smile, then responds, splitting an apple is easy and safer than using a knife if you think about it. It wasn't that easy. It took me like 10 minutes to split this. Where'd you learn how to split an apple? Rumi asks, curious. She hums. In middle school, probably. I just learned how to split an apple with these strong paws and I never went back. She leans over to scratch Rumi's shoulder with her fingernails, and Rumi bats her away. You know, Zoe begins, looking up at the corner of the room to think. I still can't believe that you know how to cook as well as you do. It's nice. Yeah, Rumi chuckles. She's cutting up some cantaloupe to place into a glass container. A picnic basket sits open on the edge of the counter, waiting to be filled with the last of their snacks. Apparently, Mira wanted to take her out somewhere with fresh air to get away from the stuffiness and the fart smell in her house. Rumi told them that she'd join next time. She just wanted them to enjoy their day out today. And that has nothing to do with plot. That has nothing to do with plot. Rumi just felt like Rumi just felt like letting them enjoy, and that has nothing to do with the Zomira of it all. Zoe leans in close to watch her cut up the fruit. Did your parents teach you when you were younger? She asks curiously. She knows she probably shouldn't be asking this many questions so early in the morning, but she can't help it. The last thing she wants is to weird her friends out. I hate you, Jaime. But Rumi doesn't seem at all fazed by the question. She gently scrapes the fruit into the container as she answers, my parents weren't around enough to ugh, teach me to cook. When I lived on Jeju with Celine, she made me learn how to take care of myself while she was gone. Can't exactly rely on personal chefs and takeout for the rest of my life, even if it's tempting. Zoe nods along at that. It makes sense. She just always thought that Rumi and Mira, for that matter, were the type of were the type to have people brush their teeth and wash their faces for them. Sometimes conversations like this remind her that Rumi and Mira may have all the money in the world, but not enough care. They're spoiled in the wrong kinds of ways. Zoe hopes she can fill the right cups with them someday. She has more than enough to give. I don't know about you, but knowing that someone can cook is really hot, Zoe teases. I'm just cutting up fruit, sweet pea. Rumi replies. She's smiling, though. You're cutting a fruit hotly, Zoe quips. Rumi rolls her eyes. It reminds Zoe so much of Mira that she nearly comments on it, until the devil herself appears and Zoe presses her lips together to keep from smiling more than she already is. She waves at Mira. She waves as Mira walks into the kitchen, still half asleep as she yawns and scratches at her stomach. How is your nap, Reina? Zoe teases. Couch comfy enough for your tastes? Mira wrinkles her nose at the pet name. Rumi barks out a laugh, but coughs into her fist when Mira shoots her a mild look. Not my fault I have to stay up all night. Mira grunts. No one told you that you had to stay up, Rumi points out. She walks over to the sink to wash off the cutting board and knife as she adds, you just decided yourself that you had to. Blame Zoe, Mira says, a small pout on her lips. It makes Zoe giggle. She's the one who showed me that stupid game. That stupid game had you hooked all night. You can't blame me for that, Zoe retorts. She bumps her hip against Mira when she sidles up behind her. How far did you even get into it? Oh, I finished it, Mira says coolly. It wasn't that long. I don't really care enough about the achievements. Zoe and Rumi share a smile. Sure, speed running 20 hours of a platformer isn't that long compared to something like Final Fantasy 14, but it's the fact that Mira started playing it on her Switch 2 days ago that's never-endingly amusing to Zoe. Mira can swear up and down that she isn't a gamer, but Zoe knows she can never get away from the sound of the slashing noises. What game were you playing? Rumi asks curiously. Was it the game that Zoe was playing on stream the other day? Song Silk? Silk Song, Zoe corrects. But she's proud that Rumi hadn't butchered the name too much this time, like she did with Elden Bling. Mira snickers under her breath. Why are you thinking of playing why are you thinking of playing something else for once? Zoe jabs her lightly in the ribs. Hey, leave her and her Factoria alone, she says defensively, though she's having a hard time keeping her smile at bay. Mira holds her hands up in peace. Rumi's phone buzzes in her pocket, and she gives it a brief once over. Without looking up, she asks them, You guys will be home before 4 o'clock, right? Zoe juts out her lips and thinks about that. It's only 12. She doesn't have a PT session today, nor a stream scheduled. Mira says the place isn't too far of a walk, and that they're only going for lunch. That should give them plenty of time, but it still strikes her as odd that Rumi thought to ask that for something as simple as a quick lunch break. Hmm, girl. Mira takes a step back from her. Zoe glances down at Mira's socks, now a full 2 box steps away from her, and she frowns. We'll be back, Mira promises. Why? Zoe asks, directing the question to Rumi. What's that for? Rumi glances up from her phone and hesitates. She pockets it and answers casually, Mira and I just have something to go to. We'll be back for dinner with you, of course. Zoe tilts her head. Oh, like a date? Watching both of their eyes go wide and the way they start frantically shaking their heads at her almost makes her cackle. But she doesn't want to be rude, so she keeps her lips pressed tightly together. That, and she needs to concentrate on pressing down the light jealousy that stabs at her neck. Why would you think we wouldn't? We're not, Rumi stammers. Not a date, Mira says more eloquently, but with that light touch of panic that makes Zoe grin. Definitely not a date. It's business. Like you guys seeing each other to talk in a hotel room on my birthday was business, she wants to ask. But that encroaches much too closely on business and feelings that she doesn't want to air out in the open right now, or ever. The time will come, Zoe. And Zoe wisely keeps her mouth shut. It's just some stuff that you don't have to worry about, Rumi assures her. She clears her throat, turning around from the sink to wrap her fingers around the edge of the counter. It's just boring stuff that you don't have to worry about. You said that twice, Zoe muses. Mira watches her face. Zoe glances away and shuffles her weight from foot to foot. She doesn't like it when Mira looks at her like that, like she knows exactly what she might be thinking. Mira is really good at that. If if you want, we can sit down during lunch and tell you whatever you want, or whatever Rumi is comfortable with. Mira says gently, a quick glance at Rumi, who smiles weakly in relief. The last thing we want is for you to think, it's it's okay, Zoe blurts out. She waves her hand dismissively. It's your guys' thing. I don't mind. I trust you. It's not a lie. She trusts them so much that she could close her eyes and fall right now and knows that they would catch her. It's their business. Looking at you like Mira's hand drapes over her shoulder. It makes her shoulders drop in an instant. Shoulders she didn't realize were tense the entire time. We'll be back before 7, Mira assures her. We can pick you up some In and Out for dinner. She perks up at that. With animal style fries and shake? She asks hopefully. Rumi laughs as she walks over to the picnic basket to rearrange the items inside. Text us everything you want and we can get it for you. Rumi promises, hands in the basket. Doesn't have to be from In and Out either, Mira adds. She crosses her arms and watches Rumi organize the food in the basket. Then he tells her, tone softer, and thanks for helping us with lunch. You didn't have to. I wanted to, Rumi says simply. Zoe likes the smiles that they give each other. Their smiles are still a little wobbly at the corners, but at least they're genuine this time. At least it looks like there could be something more than underlying hurt. Rumi closes the lid on the picnic basket and slaps the top. I have a Zoom meeting with Bobby and the rest of the execs in an hour, she says, turning to look at them. Do you need anything else? I was going to keep my phone next to me in case anything happened while you two were out, but I could relax. Mira interrupts, chuckling. We'll be fine, but you know I'd call you if anything happens. Zoe wants to add, and you don't need to put your ringer on while you're at a meeting. Just focus on the damn meeting. But then she remembers how guilty and viscerally upset they looked when Zoe asked them why they never seemed to turn their ringtones off, even when they were out in public. I wonder why. Rumi exhales slowly in relief. I checked the weather today too. It's not going to rain or anything. Well, you are wrong. You are wrong because it's not going to rain or anything, but I think you should pack an umbrella just in case. Mira coughs into her fist. Wait, is that why everyone was leaving me? Everyone was replying to my tweet about it raining outside and being like, "Oh, Arty, oh, Arty," and Cactus left a smiley face. Is it because it will be raining? Is it because it's raining that causes Zoe to fall or something? Jenna, shut up! Jenna, you're also guilty. I'll see what happens. Okay, okay. Let's see what happens. I love you. I love you, Jenna. You're good. Mira coughs into her fist twice, and in between, Zoe hears cough, overthinker cough. It makes Zoe giggle, and Rumi bats at her shoulder to get her to stop. She pulls out her phone again to text frantically to whichever poor managers she's set her eyes on for the afternoon, and Rumi says, "Just let me know if anything changes, or if either of you need anything at all." Zoe pinches her waist, and Rumi yelps, "Go do your thing, Miss Big A-list celeb," Zoe teases. "We'll be back before you have time to miss us." Rumi's face softens. What if I already missed you two? Zoe doesn't miss the last little word that she includes in there. Hey! Hey! Polytrix so imminent. Polytrix so imminent. And it makes her heart flip right up into the air. This time, it isn't hard to discern between two and two. Rumi waves with her phone in her hand as she slips away to take her call. Before she leaves, Rumi leans next to Mira's ear to mumble, "They're under the Tupperware at the bottom. I put a piece of cardboard between them so they wouldn't crease." Zoe tilts her head. "Who, what, where?" Mira visibly gulps. She says nothing, but the gratitude in her eyes is clear as she nods. Rumi puts her phone to her ear and answers with a polite greeting to the person on the other end. Zoe and Mira are left standing in the kitchen, the loaded picnic baskets sitting between them. Clearing her throat, Mira picks up the basket and tells her evenly, "I'll put this near the door while you get ready. Bring a jacket in case it gets windy." "Aye, aye, Captain," Zoe jokingly salutes her. She leans over on her tiptoes to mess with the front of Mira's hair and nags, "Go brush out your hair before we leave. You look like you woke up on the wrong side of the bed." "More like the wrong side of the couch," Mira grunts. "You're lucky you put your head on the cushion my dad doesn't sit on," Zoe says with a snicker. "He likes to fart a lot after dinner." Mira makes a face, and Zoe laughs so hard at it that her stomach starts to knot. "Shut up!" I'm gonna close my door because oh my god. The freaking radiators! Okay. It doesn't take long for Zoe to get ready upstairs. She's been up since 7 in the morning, too busy reorganizing the folders on her computer and backing up another 2,000 photos of Derpy from her phone. Derpy, as always, is too busy sleeping at the foot of her bed to pay her much mind while she puts on her deodorant and tries not to lose her balance while putting on her sweatpants. Sometimes she wishes that Mira had brought Sussy along with her on the trip. Then again, there is a non-zero chance that Derpy would have eaten him, so maybe it was the smart choice to make. Seeing Sussy through nightly video calls between Mira and her attendant is enough to fill her heart, though sometimes she wonders if she ever moved in with Mira, how would their pet situation work? Zoe shakes the thought out of her head. She shouldn't be thinking that. She should be thinking about all the nice sandwiches and snacks she's going to eat with Mira for lunch today. Downstairs, Mira holds up her shoes for her before Zoe can go scavenging for them. Zoe sighs. "You don't have to." "I want to," Mira tells her firmly. "You know I want to." And as always, Zoe sits on the bottom step of her stairs while Mira helps her ease into her shoes like a fucked up version of Cinderella. Mira makes sure to pull out the heel of her shoes and she ties Zoe's laces as snugly as she can with the bunny ears method that makes Zoe smile. She remembers that Mira had taught her how to tie her laces like that. The fact that Mira still does it the same way feels nice in that odd kind of way. Old habits die hard, she supposes. Old memories die harder. Fun fact, I still remember the friend that taught me how to tie my shoes that way, the bunny ears method. I'm not close with her anymore, but I do remember the friend. Oof. Haha, remember when Zoe knelt down in front of Mira to tie her shoes during the escape room? What if I KMS? What if I KMS? What if I just wee? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, the loaded picnic basket because it's full of bullets. Ignore us, we just like torturing you, lol. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. No, Artie, you're too funny. Thank you. Thank you for thinking I'm funny. My brother-in-law told my niece that way, and I was like, "What? Why are you like, what?" Torture is fun. I mean, I use the half bunny ear method now. That's just easier. But the 2 bunny ears is just cute when you're first learning how to do that. And yeah, I did not in fact remember when that happened in the escape room, and now I just want to, die. Thank you, String. I was taught a different method. Interesting. Yeah, this oh my god, check this. That's not in the dog. Shout out to who you shout who the person was like, River 5 Fam, shout out to you for pointing that out because I would not have noticed. I haven't had shoes with laces in, like, a decade. That's crazy. I have shoes with laces. Well, let me take a sip. How are we going? I mean, I really like how this chapter flows, but we're not even, like, a fourth of the way through, so we'll see. We'll see. Mira POV. I have a big fat crush on you, Mira thinks. It's hard not to think so when Zoe looks the way she does, pouting and tapping a pencil against her cheek while she squints at her notebook. It's been hard not to think so for the past few days when all her smiles have been because of Zoe, laughing as they tumbled down the hill, skipping classes, eating ice cream in her quiet house way past their bedtime. Her smile has always belonged to Zoe. It's what Minho said to her the other day when they were being tutored again, with a different tutor this time, after the last one had gone red in the face from yelling at her for so long when she presented a half-baked answer sheet that made her realize that maybe the frogs that leap in her stomach are a little bit more than what she feels when she talks to the other people in her class or at ballrooms for her parents' company parties. She's going to be my sorry, what's Minho's voice? "She's going to be my girlfriend," Minho had posted, pointing at a purple-haired girl on his shiny new iPhone. Sure, that's funny. You know what? Jaime, you're funny for that. You're funny for that reference. Actually, you're funny for that. Apparently, they had met at a company party. Minho really no, but Minho no, because remember when they went on a date? Remember when they went on a date and that's how Rumi got Mira's contact info? That's funny. Um, and Mira had asked, "Why?" "Because she's pretty, she's not stupid, and she's the prettiest girl that our parents know," Minho told her bitingly, staring at her like she'd asked something incredibly dumb. "Why out?" She hasn't stopped thinking about what he said after that. If girlfriend meant dating the prettiest girl in the world, and crush was before she got a girlfriend, then that meant that she had a crush on Zoe. It was simple math. It was a simple deduction, just like her tutor had taught her. She still had questions. She still doesn't know what it means. But looking at Zoe now, under the elm tree with leaves that rustle and shine golden in the late afternoon sun, Mira thinks that she is the most gorgeous girl in the world and her crush. It feels natural to think so, to think that toy Zoe from the classroom beneath hers is the girl that she has a crush on. She wants to tell Zoe. After all, she had promised to tell her any secret that came her way. "Zumi?" she asks. "Hmm?" Zoe doesn't bother looking up from her notebook. She's sketching a shark from what Mira can deduce. Zoe really likes sharks. She really likes Zoe. "Do you wanna know a secret?" Mira says. Her palms are a little sweaty, but she's not exactly nervous. She's seen enough confessions in the hallways and in the classrooms to know that telling someone about a crush meant stammering and sweating and being pale in the face. But those are people who say they have a crush on someone that they barely know, which she never understood. She knows Zoe, and she likes being with Zoe. She knows Zoe enough to know that Zoe would never make fun of her for having a crush on her, like other girls in her class often do. She doesn't even know what she wants Zoe to do with it. For all she knows, having a crush just means having a crush. All the hand-holding, kissing, getting married, having kids that adults do when they have crushes on people have always sounded nice to her with Zoe, but that's an adult thing. She doesn't mind just staying here under this tree with Zoe and doing all the things that they still do, even if she has a crush. Zoe finally lifts her head to look at her. There's a twinkle in her eye, and Mira can't help but smile at her. You have a secret? Zoe asks, leaning forward in her eagerness. Mira gives her a short nod, hands on her ankles to keep them down. I don't think it's a big secret, but yeah, I do. And I'm the first one to know? Zoe asks again, still as eager. You're the only one who gets to know, Mira promises. She thinks about that. Uh, other than me. Zoe giggles. She closes her notebook and sets it aside so she can scooch closer to Mira, and Mira's heart skips a beat when their knees touch. Not even your brother knows? Zoe inquires. Mira shakes her head. Not even Jiwon? Zoe asks again. Mira shakes her head, lips twitching into a smile. Jiwon is the woman who brushes her hair and touches her uniform for her every morning. She tells her everything, but maybe not this. This is just for them. Not even your friends? Zoe asks one more time, a small pout on her lips. That one makes Mira laugh. What, are you jealous? She teases. What? No! Zoe cries out, and she hits Mira's knee over and over for the transgression. It just makes Mira laugh along with the breeze that tickles her ear. The sun is setting in the distance. From all the days she spent out here with Zoe during their recesses and hangouts, she knows that they have about half an hour before the sky turns inky black. She remembers promising that she remembers promising that she would take Zoe outside of the city one day with her chauffeur and the big telescope she got for Christmas last year. Maybe they could do that over the summer break. Tell me your secret, Zoe whines, shaking her shoulder. Please, please, please. I will, Mira says with a laugh. But I can't just tell you for free, you know? That's not how the world works. That's what her father always says. You have to give me something in return. Zoe tilts her head. Like what? I don't know. Mira shrugs. What can you offer me? Whatever you want, Zoe answers, and the sincerity in her voice gives Mira pause. I can draw whatever you want. I'm still not good at drawing robots, but I can try for you if that's what you want. Mira shakes her head. You have to offer more than that, Zumi. A fat lie. She likes everything that Zoe could ever give her. She has all the drawings that Zoe gave her hanging on the corkboard next to her mirror. A lot of them have ripped edges since Zoe ripped them straight from her notebook to give to her. Her mother has already asked her to take it down more than half a dozen times. Mira adamantly refuses. It's the nicest thing to look at in her room. Zoe looks up at the sky and juts out her lips to think. She taps at the end of her pencil. She taps the end of her pencil against them. Do you want my headband? Zoe asks. Hasn't anyone ever told you not to share headbands because it might have lice? Mira jokes. Zoe pouts. But you always let me take your hat. Because I would never have lice. I get a checkup every few weeks for it, Mira says loftily, holding her chin up high. It would reflect poorly on her parents if their children had lice. Doesn't mean she enjoys having her hair combed through by strangers like a cat on the street, though. Zoe pouts some more, and she lets her back rest against the tree trunk. Do you want the LPS house that my aunt got me yesterday? It's pretty big. Mira raises her eyebrows. That's a big bargain for a secret, she comments lightly. Because I'm curious, Zoe whines. Tell me. Nope, Mira says. She purses her lips to keep from grinning when Zoe starts to whine even louder. Just the kind of reaction she was hoping for. She likes poking fun at her best friend. You have to give me something with the same amount of value. It's just how it works. Do you want a few of my grandma's cookies tomorrow? No, she does. She just knows that Zoe always ends up forking them over to her during recess. Do you want my Blastoise card? Nope. I can give you my favorite pencil. Nope. I won't tell your teacher that you gave me the bad finger today. Nope, because then I just tell your teacher you did the same thing. I'll let you pick the movie the next time you sleep over at my house, Zoe says desperately. She takes Mira's arm again to shake. Please, please, I want to know really, really bad. Mira giggles at her reaction. She just shakes her head. She wants to see how much she can push her until Zoe finally cracks and starts shouting across the hill like she did the last time. But then Zoe offers, I can tell you a secret of my own. Mira's lips part in surprise. She hadn't expected that at all. A secret? She repeats. I thought you told me that you'd never hide any secrets from that you never hide any secrets from me. She grimaces when her words come out a little bit too hurt. It shouldn't be a big deal. Everyone has secrets. Secrets wouldn't exist if no one hid their secrets. Zoe bobs her head. I found out last night, she admits. Sorry, that was supposed to be quiet. I found out last night, she admits, her voice so quiet that suddenly Mira feels bad. I was going to tell you this morning, but I didn't know how to tell you. Mira blinks. Well, I guess you can tell me now, she says, a little teasingly. Zoe giggles and she presses her knees together one last time. Mira admires Zoe for a lot of things. So many things. One of the many things that she adores about her is the fact that Zoe never likes to beat around the bush. Honesty comes so easily to someone like Zoe, and Mira thinks that she's going to spend the rest of her life trying to emulate even half of how easy it is for her. My parents don't like each other anymore, Zoe says, tracing circles on her knee. She glances down at the grass. Appa has a stable job in the US now, so I'm going with him. Mira's mouth goes dry. She can feel how the breeze pierces through her skin, bitingly cold. She's grateful now that they both like to sit whenever they're next to this tree. The grass beneath her feels as if it's tilting. All she can manage is when. Zoe shrugs and she draws her knees up to her chest. She props her chin up. She props her chin on them and answers, Um, after the school year, I think. That's only a month away. That's not enough time. Why? Mira asks. She doubts that she can make her mouth move to ask anything else. They don't like each other anymore, Zoe explains. Mira shakes her head. She can feel her throat trembling from anger or from how upset she is. She can hardly tell. She's seen her mother's mouth tremble in the same way before, after her father would shout at her over dinner when the stress of work dug too deep into him. You told me that already, Mira says quietly. Why are they making you go with him? Aren't you happy here? She wants to ask. Don't you like being in Korea? Don't you like being with me? Was it something I did? Zoe shrugs. She doesn't seem at all concerned by the news, and something about her uncaring attitude makes Mira's neck grow hot with anger. Oma wants me to stay in Korea. I heard them argue about it last night, she says, fingers still tracing circles on her knee. I don't think I did a good job keeping them together, she mumbles, almost to herself. On another day, Mira would have told her that it wasn't her problem. On another sunnier day, she would have wrapped her arms around Zoe and reassured her as best friends should, and told her, like she had 1,000 times before, that it wasn't her problem when her parents argued, and that adults needed to sort things out themselves. Today, she stays quiet. Zoe glances up at her with those big, wide eyes. But then she told me that going with Appa means I can have a better future. She says that if I go with him, I could grow up and do anything I want. You can still do that here, Mira wants to beg her. I could help you. I'll support you. You know I would. I'd do anything for you to stay here. Please stay here. But her throat closes up and she can't say anything more. She's 8 years old. She's old enough to know that people won't help her if she cries. She shouldn't cry about this, so she doesn't. How long will you be in the US? Mira asks steadily. I don't know, Zoe replies. I don't think I'll stay for very long. I think I'd miss everyone here too much. She touches Mira's knee. Like you. Mira's throat still feels tight. She wants to say, I'll miss you too. I'll miss you so much. I'll miss you so much that I'll think and cry about you every night in my big bed. She can't. Her throat is tight and she's sad just as much as she's so angry. You should say no, Mira tells her firmly. Tell them no, Zoe. Tell them you'll stay here. They've always been on the same wavelength about everything. Everything that Zoe asks, she would do. The same is true for Mira. There has never been an exception for that. Until now, when Zoe frowns so deeply at her that Mira's shoulders rise like hackles, and she feels defensive and angry, just like she always does with her family nowadays. But my parents thought it but my parents thought it would be good for me, Zoe says, tilting her head. And I'm saying that would be good for you to stay here, Mira says, tone snippy. She's using the same tone she uses with her parents when they push her too much. It makes her feel icky under her skin to be using it with Zoe now. You don't have any friends in the US, Zoe. What if they try to bully you there too? But no one bullies me here, Zoe points out, a little lost. I don't think they would bully me in America either. Why would they? No one bullies you here because of me, Mira snaps. I tell them to go away and leave you alone. You know that. If you go to the US, you won't have me anymore. I can take care of myself, Zoe says. She doesn't sound angry or confused. It's okay, Mimi. You told me enough about taking care of myself. That's not the point, Zoe. That Mira rubs her face to get rid of the frustration. It doesn't really work. You're going somewhere completely different. You won't be happy there. And your parents know that. You know that. I'm telling you that it's not a good idea and you keep acting like it is. I could be happy there. We don't know yet, Zoe says weakly. The circles that she's tracing on her knee go faster. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Mimi. Me moving is like if I said I was going to a different school and people go to different schools all the time. You wouldn't act like this if it was just a different school. She would have, though. The thought of Zoe being far away from her, even if it just meant being in a different school, and in this case, a different country, makes her stomach feel weird and her head feel light. She doesn't like the thought of that. She doesn't like the thought of her best friend leaving her. Who would want that? Who could ever want something like that? And why is Zoe acting like she doesn't care? Zoe, you have to stay here, Mira insists, voice hard. Moving that far won't do you any good. I could write to you, Zoe volunteers. She smiles at Mira, and Mira hates how her gentle smile makes her nauseous this time. I have your address memorized. I could write to you every week, and you could write back to me. I always wanted a pen pal. She gasps and takes Mira's hands. Or a best pen pal, a best friend pen pal. Mira still feels dizzy. She wants to cry just as much as she wants to scream and throw things around, the way spoiled brats would act, the way her parents have always said she acts. If they think she's a spoiled, rotten little kid, she can't wait to show them more when she gets home. Mira says nothing. But Zoe, as sweet as she is, thinks that Mira's silence means that she likes the idea too. She beams at Mira and continues, You can have all the postcards from California. I heard that they have really big palm trees and a lot of seagulls. Maybe you can hang them up in your room. Zoe squeezes her limp hands. And when I visit you here again, she whispers, and Mira's throat tightens with a noose at when rather than if. I can tell you all the stories you want. I heard that every classroom has a pet bald eagle, and I can bring you pictures from Disneyland. Mira wishes she could laugh at that, or poke fun at Zoe's quiet innocence, or tell her that that she really admires the way that Zoe likes to see the bright side of things, even when she can feel how tightly Zoe is holding her hands, afraid of the unknown. She can't. She can't. She's just so angry. I don't wanna keep reading, like, but we're gonna keep going. I'm just like, "No, no, don't let no." She's hurt, and the first thing that Mira wants to do is hurt Zoe in the same way Zoe has made her hurt. Vindication and evening the field, she supposes, just like her father taught her to do to everyone who's wronged her. "Mimi?" Zoe's smile slowly slips the longer Mira doesn't say anything. She keeps holding Mira's hands. "Can I do anything to make it better?" If it had been any other day, Mira would have told her how proud she was to hear Zoe be so considerate, how mature she's being, like she is the same age as Mira and not the grade below her. But she's so angry and sad and so hurt, and she just wants it to hurt for the both of them. Like, this is it is so fair. Like, everyone has done this as a child. Everyone has done this as a child. You're just like at that moment, all you want to do is, like, hurt the other person, even if they're your friend, but you're just like, "God, it's so well written. It's so well written." Oh. Another breeze tickles the shell of her ear, and she looks up at the leaves above them, rustling with the afternoon wind. They're so restless today. The branches sway and dance like she's never seen them do before. "Bet you can't climb all the way up that tree," Mira says, the quiet, childish anger thrumming under her skin. "Don't say it," she begs herself, a sob trembling in her throat. "Don't say it. This is stupid. You're going to hurt her. You'll Bet you're too much of a coward to get up there, Zoe," she spits. But beautiful, happy, naive Zoe only tilts her head at her and smiles. Innocent Zoe, who thinks the conviction behind Mira's words is nothing more than friendly competition, not a hissy warning. "No, I'm not," Zoe says with a giggle. "I can totally climb up there." Zoe likes to climb trees. She can climb high and fast, but Mira has always yelled at her to come back down when she gets too high, always held out her hand to help her return to solid ground. She wants to do the same right now. She should. She should want to. She doesn't think she would, though. "Yeah?" Mira challenges, her voice tight. Zoe bobs her head with that same pretty smile. "Would it make you happy if I tried?" she asks, so innocently and only thinking of Mira. "No, it would make me happy if you stayed, if I got to grow up with you." Instead, Mira replies, curt and final. "Yes." This is so brutal. This is so brutal, and it's so well written. It's like, oh my god, because, like, when I first learned of the Zomira tree story, it's like, what would have caused Mira to be so petty at her? This makes so much sense. This makes so much sense. No, the Wi-Fi. They're gonna find her in the dirt by the tree. Well, Jaime already made that joke. Jaime already made that joke. What did she say? She said yes. She said yes. Yes, it would make her happy if she climbed up the tree. I'm having my midstream snack. Internet. They're literally just babies, and like they are so like Mira is so fair for thinking that way. Like they're literally babies. Like it is Mira being like, "Oh my god, she's gonna blame me for the thing I asked her to do when I was 8 years old." I'm like, "Girl, come on." But like to be honest, this is kind of a funny story. But when I was in second grade, so I was 8. I was 8. When I was in second grade, I got really pissed at like a classmate and I called his mom old, and I still feel bad about that. So, like, I get it. I get it. Like, I don't actually blame myself for that because I was so little. It's like, you just say stupid shit when you're young. Um, especially because she's just emulating her parents' behavior. Yeah, but she's 8! Like, oh, getting put through the ringer again with this reading is the background noise to me building Lego. My Wi-Fi is going nuts. Oh my fucking god. Sorry, y'all, let me sometimes opening the door works. The only thing about opening the door is that when the radiator starts going, it gets super loud. Oh, this is so rough. Is it still bad? Holy Wi-Fi. Pet equals. Is it okay? At this point, I can't tell whose internet is breaking, mine or yours. I mean, good now? Okay. Artie's Wi-Fi shot dead in the Bronx. Artie's Wi-Fi is getting shot dead all the time because she is being lazy and not switching from Spectrum. Um, I don't know. Would Verizon be better? I wonder. I know it's more expensive, but our Wi-Fi is so expensive. Like Spectrum will be like, oh, it's only like this much money, and then they will hike up the price on you, and I'm like, girl, what are we doing? Fuck Spectrum for real. Fuck Spectrum. Anyways, the next part is Zoe POV, and the first line is, "I have a big fat crush on you," Zoe thinks. And I tweeted this out, but there is a song from this musical called Beau, and it goes like, "I got a little boom, boom, crush on you, boom, boom, just a little crush on you." And like I keep thinking about that for Zoe. I think that's like so Zoe POV, and Zoe would write that song for like Mira and Rumi. Spectrum is my number one off. Like, same, Jay, same. Like, I fucking hate. We pay so much money every month, and it's so fucking shitty. Audiobook reader, actress, Artie, slander Spectrum more at love. And you can quote me on that. Fuck you, Spectrum. Hush, 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 blush, blush, blush. You are now my big fat crush. Yeah. Oh my god, remember Twains. Remember Twains, because I remember Twains. Okay, let's keep going. I have a big fat crush on you, Zoe thinks. It's hard not to think so when Mira holds her hand to help her step down the stairs of her porch and slides her arm over her waist to hold her close as they walk together on down the sidewalk. Overprotective, but not too overbearing. The right kind of warmth that makes Zoe feel like she could sleep against her shoulder through the rest of the day. It's been hard not to think so for the past few days, when all her smiles have been because of Mira, their laughter as they play on Zoe's PC together, pulling pranks on Rumi and her dad, and eating ice cream in her quiet house at 2 in the morning, way past their bedtime, even for adults like them. Zoe smiles a lot. Her abundance of smiles has always been something that people online have complimented her for. And the reason why her relatives in Korea always pinch her cheeks and tell her that she smiles just like her father did when he was younger. Zoe likes to smile for many, many things, but this particular smile of hers has always belonged to Mira, the kind of smile that she doesn't have to think about. It's the kind of smile that stays right on her face as she intertwines her fingers with Mira's and swings their arms together back and forth in an exaggerated arc. Mira never chides her for it. Instead, she speeds up the pace of their arm swinging, and it makes Zoe's smile grow wider with joy. It's not too warm or cold today. The sun beats down on them from high above, denoting the midpoint of the afternoon, but it's not as piercing as it had been during the early weeks of her semester, or when Mira had come down to California those first few days, when they'd both been sweaty after 15 minutes of walking down the boardwalk. The memory of being at the boardwalk with Mira feels like it was ages ago, girl. Girl, same. Girl, same. That was for me, it was September because it was chapter 5 or 6. That was so long ago. She squeezes Mira's hand at the thought. So much has happened since the first time they met each other. I feel like at this point, Jaime is writing this while thinking to himself, "Oh yeah, it has been so long since that happened." Chapter 5, thank you. So much has happened since the first time they met each other or reconnected, Zoe gently reminds herself. And yet, Zoe wouldn't have it any other way. They're simply adventures to her, she supposes. She doesn't want to erase all the hard times with Mira and Rumi, even if someone gave her a big red button to do it. She loves every part that comes with them, from their scars and flaws to arms swinging down the sidewalk with a picnic basket between them. Zoe really wouldn't have it any other way. Her feet keep veering right into Mira, no matter how hard she tries not to. It makes her whine under her breath, but Mira only breathes out a gentle laugh and squeezes her waist to pull her in closer despite the risk of constantly being tripped. Sorry, Zoe says, smiling apologetically. She pulls her brow together to concentrate on trying to walk straight. Ha, straight ahead. My physical therapist said I was getting better with this, but it's still. Take your time, Mira says gently. The arm on Zoe's waist helps guide her straight down the sidewalk path. I think it's cute. You're like a baby deer, she teases. You hate me, Zoe whines. Not at all, Mira replies easily. If I hated you, I would have let you wander into traffic. Zoe suddenly remembers when the three of them walked to the convenience store down from her house after she spent an hour trying to convince them. She remembers Rumi stepping off the sidewalk to let her and Mira walk together, and how Mira had grabbed the back of her shirt and yanked her back like a misbehaving dog. The memory, punctuated by the way Rumi had yipped in surprise, makes her giggle. She presses the side of her face against Mira's shoulder to laugh some more, and Mira jostles her with a chuckle. I didn't think it was that funny, Mira muses. Maybe you're just a really funny person. Have you ever thought about that? Zoe retorts. Mira hums. Maybe I should just take a streaming job if I'm that funny then, huh? The thought of Mira, deadpan in front of a computer while she speed runs through the entirety of Resident Evil 4 without saying a word, makes Zoe burst into more fits of laughter. She smushes the side of her face into Mira's arm to laugh again, and the arm around her waist tightens protectively. 2 blocks later, Zoe starts to get tired. She doesn't say that she's tired, but Mira knows. Somehow, she always does. So perceptive about the people around her, and it makes Zoe pout when she asks, all because she knows that Mira will always see through her lies. It takes a lot of convincing, and whining, but Mira manages to get Zoe on her back for a piggyback ride. The only way Mira manages to allay Zoe's feelings about being carried like a baby is her offer to let Zoe carry the picnic basket for her. The effortless way that Mira hoists her up with her arms and walks down the street, unbothered with her on her back, impresses Zoe, and maybe a little more than just impressed, but who wouldn't be in her position? Getting carried around by someone like Kang Mira makes her feel like she'd died in that car almost 2 months ago and gone to heaven, but she doesn't voice that sentiment out loud. No doubt Mira would chastise her and make her walk again, and she's gotten kind of comfy up here. Zoe snuggles up to the back of Mira's shoulder. She closes her eyes and breathes in deep, and she enjoys the sweet scent of Mira's signature perfume. Ah, yes. Ah, yes, Mira's perfume. Ah, yes. She remembers asking Rumi what perfume. Hi, May, we get it. She remembers asking Rumi what perfume Mira wore when they were alone together after the nurses had checked upon her in her hospital bed. Rumi had shrugged and answered, I don't really know. I've never smelled it on anyone else, though. Maybe she had it custom made. You don't know anything about what she wears? Zoe remembers herself challenging. You never got curious? Of course I did, Rumi says weakly. She just wouldn't tell me, said it was a secret formula. All I ever weaseled out of her was that the top note is pink peppers. The thought of Mira creating a perfume just for herself, a dramatic head turner of a recalcitrant these fucking words. What does that mean? Recalcitrant? Recalcitrant? These fucking words. Having an obstinately uncooperative attitude toward authority or discipline. Using recalcitrant. Using the word recalcitrant to describe a scent is crazy work. That is wild. Okay. The thought of Mira creating a perfume just for herself, a dramatic head turner of a recalcitrant scent makes Zoe snort. A power move for a Chebol princess like Mira, just as much as it is a dorky one. Zoe muffles her giggles against Mira's neck. It's sweet and a little rosy, not too strong, but enough to linger whenever Mira walks into a room or leans over to grab a mug above her head. Zoe could drown herself in it forever. We get it, Jaime. Sometimes she holds onto Mira's cuddles on the couch longer than she should because she enjoys the way it tickles her nose. Like this whole thing is Jaime being like, "Oh my god, I get to talk about my girlfriend." Like, oh my god, we get it. You have a girlfriend. We get it. Take pity on us single people. Let's go singles club. Let's go. Look at me. I'm Jaime and I have a beautiful, beautiful girlfriend. I'm so talented at everything while I'm just here like anyway. Oh, Jaime's not pretending that this isn't a self-insert. I think he's very aware that this is a self-insert. Something about it reminds her of warmth and safety, a safety net after a fall. Why would you write that sentence? Whatever, nothing matters. Nothing matters. You smell really good, Zoe mumbles against her shoulder. Mira chuckles. Do I? She doesn't even sound out of breath, which isn't fair at all. Maybe Zoe should have taken her offer to do some light exercises at the gym with her after all. I had no idea you liked how I smelled. It's not like you drooled all over my hoodie yesterday or anything, she adds flatly. Zoe bites down on her shoulder. Mira yelps and laughs. You always smell good. It's unreal, Zoe complains, chin on her shoulder. Sometimes I don't even think you sweat. Did you even put deodorant on when you left the house today? Are you a vampire? I don't need deodorant, Mira says, jostling her gently to readjust. Avoiding the vampire question, I see. Zoe can practically see her restraining the urge to roll her eyes. I just don't have the gene, Mira explains. What gene? Zoe asks, then thinks about it for a moment. The memory of learning about it in her 10th grade biology class, something something genetic variant for underarm odor not being present in some East Asians, hits her square in the forehead. So she exclaims, "Oh, that gene! You seriously don't get armpit odor?" Well, you might not have it either, Mira says, glancing over at her with a small smile. Is your earwax dry? Ugh, Zoe wrinkles her nose. I wish it isn't. Mira exhales in amusement. Never mind then. Guess you're just unlucky. Tell me about it, Zoe exclaims with a groan, chin back on Mira's shoulder. You're pretty, you're rich, you're hot, sexy, and you don't need to buy deodorant every month. What the hell did you do in a past life? What did I do to be this broke? Chuckling, Mira answers, maybe I was a very obedient house cat. Are we getting the animal? Maybe I was a very obedient house cat. Slept all day, ate whatever can of tuna they put in front of me, never knocked shit off the table. She pauses, and maybe you screamed all night if you didn't get your way. I'm not that. So you waking up everyone in the house because you thought it was a good idea to play a horror game at 3 in the morning isn't you being a spoiled kid? Mira teases. You're so mean to me, Zoe groans. I'm being honest with you, Mira corrects. If you want to be honest that bad, Zoe challenges, gently butting the side of Mira's head. How come you still spray down the bathroom whenever you take a shit? Mira guffaws. What? IBS, Mira! IBS, Mira, let's go! There's nothing wrong with the natural smell of poop, you know? You're so gross, Zumi. But here you are, letting me piggyback on you, Zoe says triumphantly. Mira rolls her eyes. If I didn't, Rumi would have lectured me for hours about making you walk this long. Right, Zoe says, voice lilting in amusement. You're letting me piggyback just because of Rumi. It could very well be a part of it, but Zoe knows Mira and how protective she can get, too. The both of them really need to learn how to let her take the reins sometimes. And yet, it feels good to be taken care of now and then. It still makes her uncomfortable sometimes whenever Ruby and Mira flash their cards at her when she makes an offhanded remark about craving something for dinner or wanting to replace her hair dryer. But the rest of it, the massages, the cuddling, the tea and fruit brought to her desk when she sets up her screen, it's nice. It's really, really nice. Even if she doesn't feel like she is the kind of person who deserves this kind of attention. But trying to refuse would only upset Rumi and Mira, so she presses it down. She presses her cheek against Mira's shoulder and closes her eyes to pretend that, for once, she welcomes being taken care of like this. Are we almost there yet? Zoe asks for the third time. Mira's laugh is breathless, and she doesn't sound at all bothered by the question. Almost, she promises. I mean it this time. It's just a block away. Zoe opens her eyes and props her chin on Mira's shoulder again to look at her. I can walk now too, if you want. No, is Mira's immediate reply. Why not? Because you only got out of the hospital a couple of weeks ago, and I'm not making you walk more than you have to, Mira tells her. Isn't it good? Isn't walking good for me though? In tiny bursts. Aren't you tired? Not at all. Why not? Because I exercise regularly and have a good diet. Unlike someone here. Hey! Zoe whines. Why do you even find the time to go to the gym so often? Don't you have to go don't you have to go to online meetings and deal with modeling stuff all the time? I make the time. I asked why, not how. Because I like taking care of my body and making sure I don't get back cramps from sitting in front of my computer all day, Mira deadpans. I feel called out. I feel called out. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to call me out like that. Zoe weakly hits her shoulder with a fist. Chuckling, Mira continues. And because I like to make sure that I'm strong enough to take care of you. Zoe pauses her fist assault at that. What do you mean strong enough? Like this, Mira says. She jostles Zoe on her back. If you needed someone to carry you to the other side of the city, I'd do it for you. Burbank isn't as huge as Los Angeles, but it would still take at least 2 hours to get from one end of the city to the other. It's a big claim for it's a big claim for Mira, but it's also one that Zoe knows is 100% serious. What if I eat too many hot dogs for breakfast and get too heavy? Zoe challenges. Oh, do you think hot dog would taste good if I dipped it in ranch? Like the sweet and savory thing that caramel popcorn has going on? No, no, we're not doing this. No, no, we are not doing this. Mira laughs. I don't think we have ranch in the house, she muses. Mira, that is not the correct reaction. You should be like, your poor stomach, Zoe, your poor stomach. Anyway, hot dog and anyway. Oh man, Zoe whines. But I can get you some tomorrow if you want to try it that badly. No, no, no. We're not entertaining the idea of hot dog and ranch. We are not entertaining that. Watch the next chapter be hot dog and ranch, and I have to taste it. As a Korean, hearing that makes me want to cry. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. ADHD hitting hard. I feel ADHD. Real. um, Zoe whoops and Mira chuckles. As much as Mira likes to make fun of her for her taste in food or her pseudo pregnancy cravings, according to Mira, she never stops her. She curls her lip in disgust at Zoe's bowl of 50-cent ramen with cereal floating in it, but she never turns it on Zoe. I don't know if it's because you described it as like cereal floating in it, but that sounded so disgusting. I mean, I can see because it's, like, sweet and spicy, but I don't know, the description of cereal floating in ramen just ugh. Anyway, Zoe always appreciates it after so many years of classmates turning away from her when she brought Tupperware full of Korean food, and normal Korean food for that matter. Seriously, if kimchi and japchae that bad is kimchi and japchae that bad to bring for lunch? If she deserved to be called a freak over that, she's always figured the rest of her food habits must rub everyone else the wrong way too. And, Mira continues, snapping Zoe out of the rabbit hole of her mind, you can never get too heavy for me. I'll just go to the gym more often. What if I miss you if you go to the gym all the time? Then I'll take you with me, she replies. When Zoe opens her mouth to argue, she adds, and I'll pay the gym to make a nice couch around so you can lie down and play on your Steam Deck. That makes Zoe giggle. She breathes in the scent of Mira's hair, somehow still carrying that pink pepper smell that Rumi had pointed out, and says, why play on a dumb Steam Deck or Switch if I could just watch you work up a sweat? That's definitely more interesting. Mira jolts her heart hard on her back, and Zoe squeaks. They're giggly all the way to where Mira wants to take them. They laugh so much at their own jokes that they nearly sway and fall onto the grass next to the sidewalk. But Zoe trusts her. She trusts Mira to keep them from falling. It doesn't take long for them to arrive where Mira wants to show her. It's a quiet place around these parts, and one that Zoe thinks she hasn't walked past in a couple years. There's an apartment building nearby, its towering presence shadowing the small park, and the playground beside it is void of any screaming children. Well, it is the middle of the week. The children must be busy at school, eating lunch with their friends and climbing other trees and play structures. Here, though, the only visible tree that Zoe sees is one with a small house sitting atop it. It's a shoddy treehouse, nothing fancy by any means. Its white paint is peeling, and the roof is full of old hair ties and leaves that haven't been cleaned up in quite a while. The small windows are coated with water stains. The only way inside is by climbing the wooden boards nailed to the tree trunk. The boards, at the very least, look sturdy. "Oh, hey!" Zoe says, a little surprised. "That looks like the treehouse from Drake and Josh." "Kinda." Mira chuckles weakly, which is odd. A joke like that usually garners her a snort at worst and a loud chortle at best. Zoe pushes the thought to the side and stares at the treehouse some more. It's a cute little thing, Zoe will admit. She has a faint memory of playing here when she was a teen, when she would wander off from her house in a fit of boredom to look for something to do. Though as a 14-year-old, she'd been far too big to play pretend in the treehouse like the other kids, and she'd only popped her head in a couple of times to satisfy her curiosity. If she were any younger, maybe she would have frequented the treehouse far more often. Maybe she would have taken a friend up there and played all sorts of games with her. Mira slowly crouches down to the ground, and Zoe slides off her back. Mira takes the picnic basket from her before Zoe can protest. "Are we having a picnic out here?" Zoe asks, pointing at the empty field near the treehouse. It's a nice spot, to be fair. The shade of the apartment building means that they don't have to squint at each other the entire time while they eat, and the lack of children means they could actually concentrate on thinking and speaking to each other without shrill screams in their ears. It's a really, really nice spot for lunch, and she's starting to get hungry. Mira chuckles, but the dry way she laughs puts Zoe off. "Not here," Mira says, her voice strained. She points at the treehouse, and Zoe notices her hand trembling ever so slightly. "I want to eat up there with you, if you don't mind." "Really?" Zoe tries her best to keep the surprise out of her voice, but she can't help it. "I mean, really?" A treehouse isn't the first or 100th place that Zoe would guess Mira would want to spend her lunch. As much as Mira would deny it, she has incredibly hoity-toity tastes, the type to fold napkins on her lap out of instinct, to arrange her cutlery in particular ways while she eats. And God, don't even get her started on Mira's food tastes. But instead of laughing in her face and telling her that she's just pulling her leg, Mira nods. She visibly swallows, and Zoe grows a little more confused. "I think you'll like it," Mira says softly, "and there's something I want to show you." Her confusion only grows. What on earth does Mira need to show her that would warrant her being so oh, right. Zoe swallows and looks back at the treehouse. She's surprised, to say the least. What prompted Mira to tell her now? If anything, Mira had seemed more than content to let their childhood history fly away into the sun, and if that was what Mira wanted, Zoe was prepared to watch it burn out. She's gonna give her the freaking ring, right? She's gonna give her the fucking ring back. Chekhov's Chekhov's paper ring. Chekhov's paper ring. Chekhov's treehouse. Chekhov's tree, for that matter. Oh god. I want to put an emoji, but it'll spoil the chapter. I mean, I know she falls out of the dang tree. Maybe not in the present time. I don't know. Chekhov's proposal tree. I read it with early access, and I have to keep quiet. Yeah. I would love to watch Mira do pull-ups personally. Ramen cereal is literally something people eat in person. Oh, Chekhov's candy floss. Who is Chekhov's candy floss? Let me check out the, YouTube comments real quick. Oh, no. No oh no's. I'm sure everything will be fine and nobody will fall out a tree this time. I mean, we'll see if it happens in the present time. Like, genuinely, it might be that, like, Mira has, uh, theorizing time. Maybe Mira has, like, a superwoman moment and catches Zoe. I don't know. Why is Chekhov in the candy floss? I mean, I keep remembering that tweet that Jaime made about, like, a potential if they were to give a, like, writing class, they would be like, "So, you know about the Chekhov's gun thing? Now take those guns and make the characters point them towards each other." And yeah, that is how Jaime writes. Oh, Chekhov is a Russian, playwright and theater theorist. It's where the Chekhov's gun thing comes from. The whole thing is, so if you the seagull is Chekhov. Um, that's like the cherry orchard, that's Chekhov, you might have heard of. The whole thing about the Chekhov's gun is that if there is a gun in the play, or if there's a gun in the narrative, it has to go off at some point. Like if a gun gets mentioned, it has to go off. That's called Chekhov's gun. So when I say Chekhov's this, Chekhov's that, that's what I mean. I mean that things keep coming back. The only thing I know is physical theater. I'm not well, lucky for you, I'm an actor, so I know stuff about theater. Mhm. It's snowing here, Artie. That sounds really nice. I wish it was snowing here and not raining. Not unlucky for you. Oh, is it also raining for you? It is. Is it still raining outside? It might be raining outside. Let me check if it's raining outside. I can't tell. Yep, I think it's raining outside. I mean, I see water moving. Well, it might not be. It might just be the water on the floor. I can't tell. Actually, no, I think it stopped. I think it stopped. Which can only mean good things, right? No more angst. It's like lightly drizzling still in Brooklyn. It might be drizzling. I can't tell. I can't tell. I'm like high up in my Manhattan, so it's hot as hell here. I want rain. It never rains. You're not allowed to ask that question. Is it raining outside? So many people asked, "Is it raining? Is it raining? Is it raining today?" That I thought I was gonna have a stroke. It's 8:49 PM for me right now. Try again. Oh, snow and sleet sucks. I'm sorry. Just the 400th comment in your lives, I guess. Woo! It tells you that when you hit a certain number of comments? I didn't know that. It's 1:49 AM. Oh my god. Thank you for joining, and oh my god, you can go to sleep. Um, I used to have do lives back in Turkey, and some followers in the Philippines would join, and I would be like, "It's so late for you guys. It's like 3 AM over there. You should be sleeping." Commitment is my middle name. Ah, I appreciate it. I used to live in Vermont, and I miss the snow though. I don't miss falling on my ass every winter though. I might go to Vermont for like a skiing trip with my aunts, potentially. It's unclear. It would happen in February if it does. But, polytrix first, sleep later. My lives are recorded on YouTube. Yeah, my lives are recorded. In fact, I am live right now on YouTube. I wonder if it's 10:14 somewhere in the world, but no, time zones don't work that way. There are half an hour differences in, like, Australia and stuff with the time zone. But no, I don't think it's 10:14 anywhere in the world right now, Cade. I'm gonna binge all of GTC in one night. Don't do that. Don't do that for your well-being. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Thank you, Dane. Thank you, Dane. It's 10:14 in GTC probably. W I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going now. Mira POV. So excited to find out what happens. I wonder what happens. Mira doesn't know how to react. She doesn't know what the tightness in her chest means. She doesn't know why she's still so angry. She's 8 years old. She has been taught over and over by every adult around her that she needs to learn how to control her emotions because she's already a lady, that throwing fits and crying and showing any kind of emotion means that she's weak and she can't ever be that. Mira is 8 years old. She shouldn't have this much trouble holding back her tears. She can feel the sharp bite of her nails digging into her palms. It helps keep her grounded where she is, standing right next to the tree as Zoe scales up the trunk. Its thick base makes it hard for Zoe to grab any solid footing, and her little feet struggle as she kicks around to find some leverage in the bark. It makes Mira feel hot with vindication. It makes her want to laugh the longer she watches Zoe struggle just to reach the first branch. She wants to laugh right in her face for it. She wants to tell Zoe that she looks stupid while she tries to climb, just like the other kids have done when Zoe's tried to scale other trees for fun. It makes Mira feel like a bully. She is a bully in this instance. It makes her feel like her father. Zoe POV. And also, this is me realizing that I never shared screen with YouTube. Sorry, y'all. We went like 2 hours without me sharing screen with YouTube. Zoe doesn't even know how to react. She doesn't know what the tightness in her chest means. Is she relieved? Anxious? Angry? That Mira is finally telling her? Is this a good thing? Zoe doesn't know how to untangle how she feels. It's been harder to discern her feelings about things for a while now, but the last thing she wants is to make Mira feel bad over her own issues. So she just gives her a small smile and nods. Mira leads her to the treehouse first, hand in hand. Mira's cool fingers in hers keep her awake. It makes her giggle somehow to see Mira so jittery and almost excited to bring her up the treehouse. Near near the tree trunk, Mira sets the picnic basket down by her ankle. She holds out her hand, smiling at Zoe in that weak, endearing way. I can get up there myself, Zoe chides, but she's chuckling under her breath as she takes Mira's hand. Mira squeezes. There's a part of Zoe that thinks that Mira doesn't want to let go of her. I know you can, Mira tells her, voice reticent. I just want to make sure you know that I'm right here. Of course I know, Zoe thinks. You've always been right here with me. Mira POV. Zoe's sneaker catches on the first foothold. Mira holds her breath. Then Zoe looks over her shoulder and she throws such a big smile that, for a moment, Mira feels that drowning sense of guilt. But she just looks away and Zoe continues to climb. Between the two of them, Mira is the oldest, most mature. She should be the one to tell her to stop and come down, to tell her they should just go down the street and grab some ice cream at the convenience store. She doesn't, and she hates herself for it. But she should be fine, Mira tries to convince herself. Zoe has always been the more resilient one between the two of them. A tough nut to crack, as Zoe's father once said. The intentions that she may have in letting Zoe go up there so she can pretend that Zoe doesn't exist, so she can be angry that Zoe is higher than she could ever follow, don't have to transpose into what she actually wants to happen. Her mother had always told her that wishing ill will on others may manifest, and that she needed to keep those thoughts to herself. Her father had always told her that she could only guarantee ill will if she did something about it, and that she should. What about this? What about standing where she is while she watches her best friend climb higher and higher when the breeze is too strong and the branches look too thin where she's climbing? Is that wishing ill will? Is it her being actively malicious? Remember when Mira told Zoe to get a jacket because it's windy? Phew. Either way, Mira knows that she's hurting her in some other way. She knows because she can tell from the way Zoe's arms shake with the exertion of climbing, and how her face is contorted with concentration as she fights through the pricks of branches into her palms. Mira wants to tell her to come down. She wants to tell her that she is sorry. She's so sorry that she would never put her in danger again, and that she could and that they could write to each other every day if that's what you want. I can even try to visit you someday if you'd like that. We can still be friends. I can still protect you. I can still be good to you. I'll be a good friend. Please just let me still be best friends with you, Zumi. But all that comes out of her mouth is an angry shout of, "Are you really going to stop there? You haven't even made it halfway up the tree." Zoe looks down at her. She balks for a moment, and the guilt claws at Mira's throat again. But Zoe doesn't waver, and she yells back down, "I'm still going, dum dum. Are you watching?" The eagerness in her voice makes Mira want to look away. So eager to please her best friend. Mira is using Zoe's avid desire to make her happy against her. A sweet lollipop that she's turned into a pointed weapon. She's just like the rest of her family. She's worse if she really thinks about it. Her family only hurts people they don't like. But Mira? Mira's hurting her best friend. No wonder they don't like her. She's worse than they ever could be. Zoe POV. Zoe's sneaker catches on the first foothold. She nearly slips when she lifts her other foot onto the second board, but Mira holds tight to her elbow. "You're doing great," Mira mumbles to her, the edge in her voice giving away her anxiety. "I'm right here. I won't let you fall." Zoe looks over at her, a little confused. The way up to the treehouse isn't that far, maybe slightly less than a dozen boards, and then she's up in the tree. She gets that she's practically a glass cannon, but there's no reason for Mira to be anxious about her climbing up there. Yet Zoe replies steadily, "I know you wouldn't, silly, as if you'd ever let me." Mira swallows. Her jaw clenches hard enough for a vein to protrude from her neck, and Zoe pauses where she is, only 2 steps up. She puts her hand over Mira's on her elbow. "You can't let go of me. You can let go of me," Zoe assures her. "You need to, anyway. You can't hold on to me while I try to climb the rest of the way." She means for it to come off a little teasing to dispel the thick air between them, but the face Mira makes at her, so silently hurt, makes Zoe's heart ache. Mira stares at her for a while, eyes flickering over her face. She said once, when Zoe got curious during their late afternoon strolls by the hospital courtyard, that she likes looking at Zoe's face because she wants to try counting all the freckles that she has. "You like freckles then?" Zoe teased. The sky so the sky so pretty as the sunset after a light drizzle. The sky so pretty as the sunset after a light drizzle of rain. "I do," Mira replied, easy and assured. "They're very pretty." "Other women have freckles. Does that mean—" "I only ever notice them on you." Zoe doesn't know how much time Mira spends staring at her. She lets her because it's Mira, and Mira's gaze on her has always made her feel so well loved. A gentle caress over her features. Mira has never been capable of anything less than that. Then Mira clears her throat, and she lets go of her arm. Before Zoe can hike another foot onto the steps, Mira asks, her voice so quiet and low that Zoe almost mistakes it for a child's, "Let me climb up first, please." Mira POV. I'm gonna keep going. Zoe makes it all the way up. She hikes one leg over a large branch, and Mira's half moon nails cut into her palms so hard that she's almost certain they're bleeding. Yet the branch holds steady. Zoe stands, and she clambers onto the next branch. Each branch is thinner than the last, swaying more than the last. The Kang part of Mira is the loudest in her body. It screams and shouts for Zoe to keep going, that she's not happy yet, that she wants to see Zoe touch the highest peak of the tree like she's catching the sun, that only then will she be happy with her, that only then will she still be Zoe's friend when she moves. It's that part of her that tells her she's making a transaction for the first time with Zoe. Climb, and they get to stay friends. Climb, and Mira receives something in return for once. It's transactional, and the Kungs would be so proud of her for applying what she should have done from the beginning. It's the littlest part of her, the baby like part, that wants to tremble, and she can already feel it in her jaw, in the way her throat tightens as Zoe clumsily weaves her way through the branches. Up the tree, little 7-year-old Zoe goes, her best friend, whose tiny hands, so small that Mira can squeeze them tight whenever they run away together from class, paw at the branches above her. Mira sees the tree sway. She watches as the breeze picks up and covers Zoe with branches so thick that she can hardly discern the green of the leaves from the green of Zoe's headband. The nails digging into her palm hurt so badly. Her hands shake like she's 5 years old again, being scolded for being such a child. Zoe's little arm grabs onto a cluster of leaves above her. Mira doesn't even hear the branch crack. She just blinks, and Zoe is falling. A tiny little blur. Zoe POV. Zoe makes it all the way up. She nearly knocks the top of her head on the plank above her. It makes her yelp, and she hears Mira's breathless laughter as Mira pokes her head out to look at her. At least she knows she's doing something right if her best friend is laughing. Mira had made it up there first. She climbed up so slowly that Zoe teased her about being geriatric. But it took Zoe until 3/4 of the way through Mira's climb to realize that Mira was stress testing each board, stomping on each one, and pushing all of her weight into it. It made her heart melt. Right up until Mira had climbed up, told her to follow, then closed the door hatch. It made Zoe huff, but it was wholly Mira to do so. Zoe grips the last board tight and gives a tentative push on the plank above her with the other hand. The snippet is coming, the snippet is coming. It's a small hatch, one that makes her wonder how hard it would be to worm her way through the damn thing. But it's easy enough to hinge open. A little rusty, but she supposes that's what happens when people don't maintain their old tree houses. Or maybe the owner moved away, or had a heart attack and died, or someone died up here, or she winces when the trapdoor swings all the way open and crashes loudly against the floor above her. The wince turns into a cough 3 seconds later when she accidentally inhales too much of the old treehouse dust. At least it's not as much dust as she'd been expecting. "You're always so mean to me," she grumbles. Mira's smile is uncharacteristically gentle and wobbly. "Sorry," she says, her voice soft. "I needed to fix some things up here before you could see." She's setting it up. She's setting it up. What if I curled my elf? "Oh, no wonder you wouldn't let me come up here first. I thought you just wanted to show off your ass again," she jokes, jerking her chin upwards. "You brought the picnic basket up, right? I can go back down if you— Oh, fuck!" she yelps. The board she'd been standing on breaks, which isn't too surprising considering its age. It must be as old as Zoe is. Her shoe slips and her stomach plummets. Let me have a drink. Let me have a drink. Mira POV. Mira should have done something, anything, to have prevented this. She should have reached out with her hand. Maybe she should have caught her in her arms and let them both go down crashing. She could have yelled at her to come back down before she reached the second branch of the tree. She should have never said anything at all and made things worse. She always makes things worse. Like a black cat, she ruins everything she touches. Her eyes are drawn to the her eyes are drawn to the snapped branch of the tree first. She can see it so high above her, how her chin has to tilt upwards to capture how far it extends from the tree down to the ground. It's a long branch that Zoe had snapped on. For as naive as Zoe sometimes may be, she's a smart girl, and she picked a branch that should have, by all accounts, held her weight. Her eyes come down, down, down the giant trunk of the tree. She lingers on the carving at the base, just below eye level. Neither of them had anything more than plastic knives from lunchtime, but they made do, carving their names into the bark. The heart is scratchy and barely resembles one, but it encloses both of their names like a protective hug. Their tree. Her Zoe, lying in a crumpled heap on the ground. Mira can't breathe. She doesn't want to breathe. The fact that she can't tell whether Zoe is breathing at all terrifies her. It scares her so badly that all she can do is stare. The sob that rips from her throat is involuntary, elementary, too childish for someone like her. She doesn't remember running forward. All she knows is that she's by Zoe's side, her knees burning with the pain from how hard she's fallen to the ground to check on her friend, and she shakes and shakes Zoe's shoulder like she could revive her with its violence. She's crying hard enough to make her chest ache. The shout that rips from her throat is so very much unlike her, a scream that sounds too shrill and childlike, too young and juvenile. That's not who she is. It has never been who she is. She can feel the earth thumping with the presence of people, adults, from the clumsy weight of their steps, unlike the nimble way that children her age run around one another. Hands clamp onto Hands clasp onto her shoulders like vices. The shouts in her ears sound too muffled, like cotton, like when she flies for far too long on her family's jet for reasons she's never allowed to ask about. Zoe's teacher checks Zoe's front side. Her fingers slide under Zoe's nose to check if she's still breathing. Is to check if she's breathing, isn't it? Why else would she do that? Is she breathing? Isn't this when adults have to do CPR? Should she call her dad? She wants to call her dad. She wants them to take care of this for her. Mira just wants this to be over. The unnatural bend of Zoe's arm when the teacher rolls onto her back scares her. A bump juts out of her forearm, so unnaturally there. It reminds her of watching the Alien movies with Zoe at her house. Zoe wanted to prove she was a big kid. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't exist in the way that it does. Mira's hands feel tingly and warm. She looks down at the hand that was pressed against the back of Zoe's arm. It's warm, tingly, and smeared red at the fingertips. It reminds her of Zoe's finger painting. This color is too dark, though, much too dark. Zoe doesn't like dark colors like this. She prefers the bright ones, the oranges and yellows and pinks and purples, colors that remind her of the sky that she likes to finger paint so much. Everything is too much of a blur after that. She remembers having hands on her shoulders that steer her to stand and take a step back. She can tell through the blur of her tears that the nurse is checking on Zoe too, and that other people in masks and gloves are wrapping Zoe up. The dark reds of the ambulance lights make her burst into tears again. Zoe wouldn't like those colors. She prefers them lighter, pinker, and bluer. Zoe's parents will never like her again. They'll never let her around Zoe, and she deserves that. She deserves that and so much more, especially when Zoe looks so small on the giant stretcher that they used to carry her into the giant ambulance waiting for her. She hears whispers behind her before her teacher prods her back inside. Whispers like, "Tree branch couldn't have snapped like that," and "She's a Kong," and "Pushed her. She probably pushed her," and "Friends," and "Are you sure they're actually are you sure they're actually?" haunt her all the way back to her classroom. Mira wishes she could turn around and yell at them. I'll yell at all of them for assuming. She wishes she could use her status to make them too afraid to speak about this at all. She wants to scream at them to stop. She wants all of it to go away. But she can't because she's 8 years old. She has no power or dominion over the people around her. And all she can do is cry into her dirty red hands. So, is that also supposed to be a Macbeth reference? I know y'all like your Macbeth references. Come here, Jaime. I just want to talk to you. I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling so fine. Nothing can hurt me. I'm guessing I Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Jay. Oh, will these hands ne'er be clean? Pew! Great. Awesome. Are you feeling fantastic? I'm feeling so great. How long is the next section? Nothing can hurt you, you say? Yeah, nothing can hurt me. Nothing can hurt me. He's suffering by reading Two's Company. Yeah. Wait, what did River say? Wait, is that supposed to be a reference? Sorry, am I too dumb to understand the reference of Are You Feeling Fantastic? Please catch up on GTC. It's really good. Chekhov's Arsenal. Zoe POV. I have watched Arcane. Is that an Arcane reference? I Now I feel dumb. Now I feel dumb. Iconic line from the god awful 2015 Fantastic Four movie. Wait, what? Oh, it's from a song in Arcane? Which song? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the Arcane song. Oh, oh my god, it's the fucking guys. Can I say something? Can I say something about the sex scene in Arcane? I wiped that song from my brain because I was like, we can't be putting this song here. Are we joking? I'm sorry. I was like, why is this song playing during this song? I'm feeling fantastic. Fucking no, okay, now I get it. I wiped that from my brain, and that's why I didn't get it. Arcane is literally a musical. What do you mean you didn't listen to the song? No, no. um, no, I'm not talking about Arcane here. I am not doing that. I am not doing that. Okay. Oh yeah, Two's Company updated a few days ago. Zoe POV. If it wasn't for Mira, Zoe would have fallen down the side of the tree and hurt her head. Again. But there was, after all, a second time for everything. Okay, so yeah, she does. Okay, cool, cool. We're great. We're good. We're good. Zoe's always been really good at. Sorry, she's always been really good at preventing Zoe's clumsy falls. Mira has always protected her, a protector in every regard. Shut up! Sorry, I'm closing the door. Stupid, stupid. It's so loud. Mira Andrew Garfield. A protector in every regard, always there to keep Zoe safe. She's always done so well making sure that nothing ever happened to Zoe. The grip on her arm is strong. The way that Mira pulls her back into the treehouse is stronger. A long, harsh tug that makes Zoe yelp as she's unceremoniously dragged inside like a fish from an ice pond. I love that everyone in the comments are being like, oh my god, Mira Spider Man, Mira Andrew Garfield. And I'm reading this and I'm like, this is just like Code Geass. So that is my difference. I'm thinking about Code Geass. Because oh my god. The scene where it's like, oh my god, it's like was it Yuffie that no, it's Shirley. Oh my god, it's Shirley that like falls, like jumps off the building. Lelouch jumps after Shirley to catch her, and Suzaku just grabs onto. Oh my god, if you haven't seen Code Geass, one of the greatest love stories of all time. Anyway, sorry y'all. My freaking tangents. Watch Code Geass. If you like your yaoi. Listen, one of the greatest love stories of all time. Okay. The way that Mira pulls her back into the treehouse is stronger. A long, harsh tug that makes Zoe yelp as she's unceremoniously dragged inside like a fish from an ice pond. And it makes her laugh. It makes her laugh so very hard. The laughter that rocks in her chest makes her shoulders shake, half crawling on the floor of a treehouse that smells so much like. Are those soy candles? She doesn't really know, and she doesn't really care, because all that she can think about is how clumsy she had been and how Mira had pulled her back inside. Because of course she would have. Of course Mira would have been there for her. She has always been there for her, even when Zoe didn't think she needed to be. Zoe doesn't know why she finds it so funny. A combination of relief and being this close to Mira, she supposes. Being in Mira's vicinity always has that effect on her. She keeps laughing and laughing and laughing, even when she feels hands cup over her face. Mira tilts her head from side to side. She can feel Mira's trembling hands glide over her cheeks, over the gentle slope of her jaw, how her cold fingers find solace tracing the relaxed curve of her neck and the shoulders that shake. Zoe's laughter fades when she sees Mira's face. She looks so quietly terrified. What is there to be so scared of? They're both okay. She hasn't felt this okay in a long time. She needed a laugh like this after spending so many days cooped up in her home. Hey, Zoe says soothingly, wrapping her hand over Mira's wrist to gently tug it away. I'm sorry if that scared you. Thank you for pulling me back up. Sorry, sometimes I don't watch where I'm going. Are you okay? Mira asks. Her voice is low, strained. It's threaded with light panic, the kind of panic that Zoe knows will give way to something deeper if they don't do something about it. She can tell from the way that Mira's chest stutters, too, that Mira is slowly sinking into something she can't control. Falling, more like. I'm okay, Zoe says quickly. She squeezes Mira's hand. I'm okay because of you. And if I fell, it's not like I couldn't have brushed it off. I'm a tough cookie. It's just like a 4-foot drop. Are you sure? Mira asks again. She leans over to put her hands on Zoe's face again. The way her jaw trembles, so much like a child's, makes Zoe's heart ache. Zoe, I mean, are you sure? Did you hurt your head? Did I pull you too hard? We can call Rumi, have her bring my car. There's Mimi? Zoe says softly. Mira's shaky inhale pokes at something tenderly painful in her heart. I mean it. I'm fine. You didn't do anything wrong. They're quite close together like this, limbs a little tangled in this cramped treehouse. At least it doesn't smell like mildew. At least there's. She blinks. There's a picnic blanket settled in the corner by an open window. Candles on the small dresser that the prior owners left, too, helping with the smell, and the fragrance isn't too nauseatingly strong. Mira's surprise. Zoe blinks again, and she is not too surprised when the promise of tears starts to prick at her eyes. She's always been so thoughtful. Zoe wouldn't have expected anything less. The tears in her eyes become harder to hold back when she looks at Mira again, who's looking at her wide eyed with terror, jaw rolling to suppress the rest of her emotions. On the floor like this, with a face full of silent fear, Mira looks younger than her years. Sometimes Mira feels older than she is. The way that she carries her head high and talks to people always reminds Zoe of someone too confident in a world full of uncertainties. She's never seen Mira waver. There's a steadiness to her, like a ship unflinching in a storm. It never occurred to Zoe that there could have been a time in Mira's life when she was scared of everything that went bump in the night or what a new day might carry. But now Mira looks at her, afraid, like for the first time in her life, she doesn't know what to do. The terror in her eyes reminds Zoe of a cornered alley cat, wanting to fight back but too frozen to act. It breaks her heart and makes her wish that she had been there for Mira all throughout their lives, not just for a fragment of it. Mira? Zoe says softly. Are you okay? Yes, Mira answers, but her voice is too thick for Zoe to believe. It's the fragile sound of a child trying desperately not to cry, and Zoe can feel her holding the pain in. She doesn't want her to do that again. Tell me the truth, Zoe says firmly. She leans in and squeezes Mira's hand on the ground. She can practically count every lash on Mira's angular face. If you want me to stay up here with you, I need you to tell me the truth, Mira. Mira's eyes flutter closed. She clenches her jaw to make it stop trembling, but it causes her bottom lip to tremble with her grief instead. It makes Zoe almost feel bad for what she said, but she means it, and she needs Mira to hear it. If they wanted to be friends forever, like they promised back then, and what they promised to each other now, they needed to be truthful. Friends have to be honest. Friends don't lie, and you lie. Sorry. I'm sorry, Mira whispers. The break in her voice makes Zoe glance away. I was going to. I had everything planned out for today, so it wasn't so fucking like this. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm. She exhales, quite unsteady, and shakes her head. She blinks rapidly, and the frustration is clear in the narrowed slit of her eyes. It doesn't take long for Zoe to realize what's bothering her. You're panicking, Zoe says matter-of-factly. She's had enough anxiety attacks about tests and projects to know what they look like. She glances over Mira's shoulder. You laid out a nice blanket for us to sit on next to a window. How about we go over there so you can breathe? Will that help? Mira nods mutely, and Zoe hates how small she looks. They clamber over to the blanket together. The wooden floors creak under their weight. Under their weight, a treehouse probably unused to visitors other than curious 8-year-olds, but it holds them steady. Zoe can almost guarantee that Mira had spent all day yesterday checking to make sure that it was safe for them. It's probably why her usual weeknight appointment had been an hour longer than it had been the week before. Mira's back slams against the wall of the treehouse, and she sucks in a breath. Unsteady, but deep enough that Zoe nods along in approval. Mira's arm drapes over her stomach, and Zoe watches her try to breathe with pressed lips. She doesn't, at least, try seem to need any help with steadying herself with a good breathing technique. Zoe counts her inhales, holds, and exhales in her head while Mira stares up at the ceiling as she breathes, just in case the counts get off track. They never do. You're doing great, Zoe tells her gently. See? There's nothing to be scared of. I'm here. She puts her hand over Mira's forearm and squeezes. Her thumb rubs over Mira's smooth skin, and she marvels at how strong she feels under her palm. Her strong Mira. Sometimes she wishes Mira knew that she doesn't always have to be strong for people. She doesn't have to hold everyone else up. She doesn't always have to be the foothold that people step on. She can be on top of the world, too. Mira tilts her head to look at her. Her gentle fingers find Zoe's round cheek, and Zoe obediently leans into her touch. It's a cold touch, but it's Mira, and Mira has always made her feel so alive. She watches as Mira's throat tightens and relaxes over and over. Mira's jaw is no longer tight with her panic, but she can see Mira rolling it again, as if trying to find words to say to her, or so that she couldn't cry. Zoe wants to tell her that she doesn't have to say anything right now if she doesn't want to, and that she could cry and yell and sob around her if it was what she wanted. She wants to, so she does. Zoe has always been so honest with her friends. We have all day, Zoe says, chuckling dryly at her own jest. I mean, Rumi wants us back in a couple hours, but she won't be mad if we tell her that we want to stay up here. You know she hasn't been mad at you in a long time. I don't think she'd start now. She pauses to think and to let Mira say something to her. Mira doesn't. She figured she wouldn't. Zoe adds, ever so gently, you could cry if you want to. You're allowed to cry with me, Mimi. Mira shakes her head. It's a weak disagreement, but one nonetheless. I'm not going to cry, she says quietly. It's such a childish protest that Zoe can't help but giggle. Mira, she says again, just as soft as she always is with her. You can cry with me. I'm here. I don't want to, Mira says again, her voice growing thicker with emotion. Such a childlike thing to say, and all it does is break Zoe's heart all over again. You can cry, Zoe insists. You can cry as much as you want with me. You're allowed to. Mira shakes her head again. She presses her lips together to seemingly keep herself in check, but all it does is press the corners of her lips downwards in a trembling frown that makes Zoe want to hold her for the rest of the day. Her fingertips ghost over the underside of Zoe's jaw before they fall away. I don't want to, Mira repeats, voice quavering. It's not fair to you. What isn't fair to me? Zoe asks kindly. I can't cry to you and make this about me, Mira says, her voice barely rising above a whisper. You already have so much to deal with. I brought you here so I can make things clear to you. It was never about me. If you think keeping things from me is a way to protect me, then you have no idea what protection is. All you're doing is hurting me, Zoe answers, her voice firm. It makes Mira look away, ashamed. And though Zoe knows that she should feel bad for making her feel that way, she doesn't, because she knows it's something they both need to hear. I love you, Zoe says softly, and Mira closes her eyes again. Of course I do. You're my best friend. I love how hard you try to love people, and it makes me so happy to be your best friend. I'm so proud of the person you are. I love the way that you love, and I just hate that you think that I would ever think any less of that. Zoe squeezes her arm. Other people have always seen how beautiful Mira is. People would be blind not to notice how beautiful she is. Zoe just wishes everyone knew that her heart was just as pretty. I think your heart is very pretty. Shout out chapter 14.
You don't have to be sorry that you kept it from me, Zoe blurts out. Her throat hurts. If anything, I should be. I didn't remember you. That must have hurt you. Zoe, you were 7, Mira says hoarsely. For one thing, my hair is pink now, and I don't know, a good few feet taller. She chuckles dryly. Your parents were divorcing, and you moved across the fucking globe. You had better things to worry about. And you were a kid. I forgot you, Zoe whispers. You were my best friend, and I forgot you. Doesn't that bother you? Even a little bit? Mira shakes her head. You love me now, don't you? She visibly gulps. Zoe hates the light tick of her jaw. She hates that she knows Mira is trying so hard not to cry again. How could I ask more from you when you already love me now? Zoe doesn't know what to say to that, because of course she loves Mira now. That's her best friend. She has always been her best friend. If you need to cry to me, Mimi, Zoe pleads, her voice cracking, do it. Please. I want to hold you just as much as you want to cry to me. It's a slow trickle at first. It takes a minute for that process, for that process in Mira's head. Zoe can see how her gears oh my god. Zoe can see her gears turning as her shoulders fall away in instant relief, and the way that her jaw begins to tremble harder with the force of her tears. It's a few slow blinks, like Mira doesn't realize that there's already a few trails running down both sides of her cheeks. Then it's an inhale, a long, long inhale. And as if Mira had finally learned to put down her weapons, it all comes crumbling down. It's the exhale that comes out first, hard and loud, and so shaky like a child that Zoe has to blink back tears of her own. The sobs that come from Mira are almost muted. They're quiet, and they remind Zoe of the kinds of sobs that she would press into her pillow to keep her dad from hearing her through the walls. How often has Mira done that? Has she ever let herself sob like children should? Zoe twists her body around to look at her, and she exhales hard in surprise when Mira tackles her into a hug. Mira, who always towers above her with her chin held up high, feels impossibly small as she starts to tremble in Zoe's arms. The sobs muffle against Zoe's shirt, and all Zoe can do is hold her as tight as she can, rubbing her back and pressing a kiss to the top of her head. She holds her close. She won't let go for as long as Mira needs to be held. She wouldn't ever let go of Mira, her best friend, her Mimi. Her Mimi, who carries the weight of the world on her shoulders and can finally let it fall. So I don't know if that was the part that made y'all cry. I don't know. I feel happy for them. I feel good. I feel good for them. The author's secretly plotting together behind our backs, guys. Trust. Oh, I'm crying. The picture I sent of me crying was after that part. Wow. I don't know. I that makes me happy. Like reading that doesn't make me want to cry. It makes me happy that like she is getting through something. I don't know. I'm good, y'all. I don't know. Maybe my brain is broken. There's a few bits that made people cry, I think. I see. I see. Mm, I needed a snack, y'all. I came from work, ate something, like just threw something in my mouth and like sat down. I haven't had like an actual dinner, so mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The only time I've cried is one that I made very public. It's
chapter 13. And that was because of the audio. Something something lost time, something something mm, I don't know, something something they could have been so happy together and so happy earlier on, something something. So that was the only time I cried. I'll see. We shall see if it makes me cry again. That single tear lives rent free in my head. The single tear, and Jaime being like the single tear. The breakup chapter. Fair, 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 fair. Something, something, maybe in another world. Yeah. Oh, yes, I remember what comes next now. Oh, great. What comes next is wee wee wee. Should we put on ambulance sounds? Let's do mm, it's gonna give me an ad. It's gonna give me an ad, I swear to God. Oh, it is. This is the next part. I smell petrichor outside my window. Beta reading makes it easier to not feel emotional at the scenes, but the childhood stuff hits me harder than any other relationship stuff. Fair. Everything. I'll keep going. Everything hits people harder. Like there different things hit people differently. Wee, wee, wee. Hi, Lauren. Guess which part we are in? Oh, do it again. Do it again. Laugh diabolically while eating my apple. Just let me enjoy my apple, yeah. Mm, 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 mm. I'm gonna. I'm not pulling an arty ever again. When was the last time I pulled an arty? It was a while ago because I've learned. I learned from my mistakes, like Mira. I wonder if it was an apple tree. Dun dun. That would be fun. Okay, I'll keep going. It was quite a while ago, but we've had a few close calls. Yeah. A while ago. I haven't actually pulled an arty for a while. So, aren't you glad Mira finally got to cry? I am very glad. I mean, Zoe kind of felt like an apple, but my streams are so unserious. Except for the times that they're very serious. Anyway, Mira POV. You know what it is. Mira rubs the pad of her thumb over the side of her forefinger. Just something that she does to soothe herself when she's anxious. The only vulnerable thing that her parents allow. Biting nails, seeking hugs, and clenching fists have never been allowed under their roof. This is the only way she can feel held without being chastised. She doesn't like being in this hospital. This hospital isn't somewhere that she belongs. Her family's office buildings feel much like this. They are sterile, with many adults running around, conversations she can hardly pick out, and that icky feeling under her skin that prods her to get out as fast as she can. She needs to stay here, though. She's already done her fair share of damage, and she knows she needs to rectify it in the only ways she knows how. Even people around her are giving her weird looks, or maybe she's just imagining it. Who knows anymore? Mira drives the heel of her palm into her cheek to keep herself from crying.
She doesn't know how long she's been sitting in this chair, waiting for someone to give her news about her friend. That's the other thing about hospitals she doesn't like. It feels like purgatory, waiting around and feeling too powerless to do anything else. Her chauffeur, whom she demanded follow the ambulance in the same cold hardness that her father uses with his subordinates, a voice that she has never used with the house staff before, is already long gone. He stuck around to wait with her and to call her parents to let them know where she had gone, but he had a family to go back to after dinner. She doesn't blame him for leaving her here. Someone needs to create a Mira chauffeur account. Her eyes stay fixated on the clock across from her instead, ticking down the time, listening to words whispering around the hospital from other people's diagnoses that she prays won't ever be tied to Zoe. Intracranial hemorrhage, thrombo, thrombo, thromboembolism, rhabdomyolysis, rab, rhabdomyolysis, rab, rhabdomyolysis, com, communated, oh my god, oh god, um, comminuted fractures, hemopneumothorax. I know what hemopneumothorax means. I'll look at what the okay, intracranial hemorrhage. I know what that means. Thromboembolism. What's that? Why does it sound like she's trying to say a dinosaur name? Thromboembolism. Obstruction of a blood vessel by a blood clot that has become dislodged from another site in the circulation. Okay. That doesn't sound that bad. Depends on where it is in the body. Rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyolysis. Yeah, that is how you read it. The destruction of striated muscle cells. That sounds nasty. Comminuted. What does comminuted mean? I've never seen that word before. Reduced to minute particles of fragments. That sounds yucky, yucky, yucky. I know what hemopneumothorax means. We learned what hemopneumothorax means. What curse are you placing on us? It could cause brain damage if it's like in the brain, yeah. Dude, I don't remember reading these words. Well, when you have to read out loud, you notice these words. um, okay. Mira! She stands when she sees her parents down the hall, moving at a pace that she's never seen from them before. They've never really had a reason to walk faster than a leisurely pace. Her entire family knows that meetings would halt for them if they were ever late. Her mother reaches her first. She crouches in front of Mira and puts her hands, cold enough to make Mira flinch in surprise, on either side of her face. There's worry marred across her features. No wrinkles or blemishes like her classmates' mothers, though, and Mira looks away, slightly uncomfortable by a prospect she can't place. Are you okay? Her mother asks, panicked and worried. She moves Mira's head side to side, and Mira wishes she could bat her hands away, which is odd because she can't count how many times she's yearned for her mother's touch during the late hours of the night. When we got the call that you were in the hospital, we sped down here as fast as we could. What happened? Does anything hurt? Her worry makes Mira's throat close up. She hasn't been this worried about her in a long time. For all she knew, Mira thought she was nothing more than a ghost. Not me, Mira says, her voice strained. She subtly clears her throat to rid it of emotion. My friend, she's her, yes, her mother says disdainfully, and Mira's shoulders tighten. What did she do? I told you that girl was nothing but trouble. She's never been good for you. Mira's too tired to put a filter on her mouth today. She snaps. She never. Mira, her father says. Her mouth clamps shut at the tone that he uses. He doesn't sound angry. Her father is almost never angry, but sometimes she wishes he was. What does that remind me of? Anyway, I'll remember later. She would rather take his blazing anger than the cold stares he gives her over the dinner table when Minho brags about scoring higher than she did or tattles on her for skipping class. His quiet disapproval almost makes her squirm. It's easier to lash out against someone pouncing at her than someone who silently observes. Her father puts his hand on her mother's shoulder, a quiet command, and she clears her throat, dusts off her skirt, stands, and puts distance between the two of them without another word. Your teacher told me what happened, he says, voice even. Mira hates that. Did you push her out of the tree? No! Mira cries out. There's no need to raise your voice at me, he admonishes, and Mira suddenly feels twice as small as she already is. Tell me the truth. Did you push Choi Zoe out of that tree? Mira takes a few moments to collect herself, just like her father taught her. She takes a deep breath in, then shakes her head. No, she says steadily. I told her to. I was mad, but I didn't want her to be here. Don't do that, her father interrupts. You're about to throw another tantrum. No one will help you if you cry. It's what he says every time she's upset about something. No one will help you if you cry for help, or sob, or scream. No one will help you but yourself. He sounds like my singing teacher. Anyway, Mira clears her throat. She nods her head. Mental health isn't real. Sorry. Can you tell I'm a little upset? She nods her head. I won't cry, she says quietly, because any louder would give away the wobble in her words. Then this is what we're going to do, her father says with a sigh. He dips his head down to look at her, his lips pressed into a disappointed line. Tomorrow, a few people will ask you questions about what happened. There will be news about you whether you like it or not, Mira. But if you want it to go away sooner rather than later, I need you to listen to me. Okay, she only says. You don't even know. Oh no. Oh fuck. Fuck my stupid life. Don't deny that you pushed her out of the tree, he replies. When they ask you if you did it, you say yes. You say nothing more. Mira's chest seizes. But I didn't. I know you didn't, he says, clicking his tongue. But why would I? She asks, her voice rising in panic. He holds up a hand to stop her. It works. If you tell everyone that you didn't push her out of the tree, but you were there, he starts carefully, his eyes boring into hers, then there will be an investigation. There will be prodding into you and this family. Is that what you want? For your entire family to be roped into your mistakes? She doesn't flinch, but the question stings her throat like dug in claws. She swallows hard, then shakes her head. If you tell them that you pushed her out of the tree, then we can wash our hands of it in a day and a half, he says. Her mother pointedly doesn't look at her. We can pay off her parents for the distress. We can have someone make you a public apology to the press and one for your friend. But I want to. She starts. She shrivels when her father shoots her another look. We can take care of it if you do as I say, he says, his voice hard with finality. You're lucky that you're a child. Everyone will forget about what you did in less than a week. And if they don't, it would be good for your image. They'll know not to cross you. Isn't that what you want? What? Mira asks, her voice small. Why would she ever want people to think that she'd be capable of hurting someone on purpose, of hurting her best friend? She supposes that wouldn't matter in the end, because accident or not, she hurt her. That's not something she could ever come back from. Mira, her father begins, and she hates how he says her name so proudly during a time like this. It makes her skin crawl. This can be good for you. All you have to do is say that you pushed her. that you panicked because of an argument the two of you had. Say you're sorry, then this will all be over. He talks about it like they're discussing ways for her to get better grades or plans for the summer. It leaves bile in her mouth. Then her father crouches and he puts his hands on her shoulders. It's the first time he's touched her for as long as she can remember, and it makes her flinch. Look at me, he says, and the faux gentleness in his voice rubs like scratchy wool against her ears. She looks down at the pristine white of the floor, and his grip tightens, a reminder that his kindness can be taken away just as quickly as he offered it. Mira, he says again. This time, she looks up at him, holds his steady gaze like he taught her to do with others. If you do as I say, I'll buy you anything you want. It's what he always says to pacify her. Everything will be okay. But she's not, Mira replies, voice quiet. She saw the bend of Zoe's arm. She felt the blood on her hands and how it stained the monogrammed white of the towel that her chauffeur gave her. Her father shakes his head. You don't need to worry about that, he says firmly. You you look out only for yourself and this family. If you do as I say, Mira, you'll do exactly that. You'll show people just how strong we are. We, as in the Kongs. Mira is nothing without her family. Her family will always be looming right over her shoulder to watch what she does. Hurting people has always been something of great interest to them, and now, to her, if it benefits their futures. And for once in her life, Mira thinks of all the people who told her that she was just like her father and believes it. She'd never be more than what she is. Alexa, Alexa, play our word from 36 questions. And that's all I'll say. Play our word. When I was a little girl, like really little, like 8 or so, I was playing in my father's study, a place in the house I wasn't supposed to go. My father fancied himself a sailor. His study was filled with nautical decor. He kept a boat in a bottle on the top of the shelf, and it shattered on the ground when I slammed the door. I told my mother everything. I told her I was so sorry. She told me don't cry. When he comes home tonight, we can make everything okay. This is all you have to say. We don't remember a boat in a bottle. It must have fallen off its shelf alone. 36 actors in Zoe's arm. We never rented a house in Sedona. We didn't see Camille the day she died. We haven't been on our boat in some years now, so we don't care what you found inside. And it's our word against theirs. Mira, our word. I mean, Mira, our word is going to be a Rumi song when we get to it. And we should get to it because it's our word. But my God, this is so our word coded. 36 shades of red on Mira's cloth. Okay, I'm done with my 36 questions tangent. I'm very sorry. I will keep going. I will never stop my tangents. Listen, everyone listen to Our Word from 36 Questions, the musical. It's so good. And this part is so Our Word coded. Anyway. 36, sense full of petrichor. It suits them both. It suits them both. No, because in our version, Our Word is a Rumi song, so it's about evil parent Celine, obviously. I mean, Mira, get behind me. Some sadist is gonna make fan art of this moment. I know it. I wouldn't be surprised. Our word could mean rain. Our word. Oh, you are word. Hello. Okay. I'll have another sip and then I'll keep going.
Out of context, I heard something else. I'm so sorry. I heard our word. No, our word. I'm so sorry. Our word. And it's our word. It's our word against theirs. Something like that. Wait, so how long are these chapters? This is a 28K chapter. Pew! This is a 28K chapter, so it's taking long. I should be done in like a bit more than an hour, I think. Okay, the next part is Zoe POV. Okay. They vary, some longer than others. Mother of God, I can't count to 30. Mm. This is with Jaime cutting in half. This was originally a 50K chapter. This chapter and the previous chapter. But it was split in half because Jaime is Jaime. So Zoe POV. Mira rubs the pad of her thumb over the side of her forefinger. It's something that Zoe has noticed she does whenever she needs to soothe herself. She's never seen Mira hug herself or let herself breathe in a space, and it always breaks her heart to watch. Despite how murky her memories of childhood are, she remembers, somehow, short flashes of her childhood best friend rubbing her finger in the same way at the hospital by her bedside. Zoe holds Mira tighter against herself. She slides her hand over the back of Mira's hand and lets her thumb rub over her bony wrist. She wants to soothe Mira too. If she so badly craves to be held and touched like this, then Zoe will do it, unflinchingly, without a single transaction needed. Get it? Because transaction. Because transactions. Because transactions. Zoe isn't certain how long they stay up in the treehouse, leaning against one another and breathing in the scent of the soy candle that Mira brought. The smell of her perfume overpowers the candle, though, and Zoe is glad. As grounding as the scent of wood and candles is, she prefers Mira. She knows that it's at least been long enough for the sun to begin to dip lower in the sky. Sunset is still far away, but the light doesn't stream through the windows as harshly as it did when they entered. Zoe doesn't say a single word to Mira, aside from scattered reassurances that Mira doesn't need to say anything that she doesn't want to, and to take her time if she needs it. She doesn't want to spook Mira. Like frightened cats on the street, Zoe has learned to sit down and wait for them to come to her rather than the other way around. Even the hissiest cats will come by eventually. She feels Mira shift in her arms. They're quiet for a few moments, and then she hears Mira clear her throat. To rid it of the thick quality from her crying, she guesses. Zoe wouldn't have minded if Mira spoke through her sobs, though. She's good at parsing words. You're right, Mira says quietly. Friends are honest with each other. I took you out here so I could be honest with you. Zoe taps a finger against Mira's elbow in thought. Is that why you cried? She says as gently as she can. Because you wanted to be honest with me? She feels Mira shake her head against her chest. She almost giggles when Mira's hair feathers against the bottom of her chin. She doesn't, for Mira's sake. It's clear enough that Mira's still upset about something, and the last thing she wants is to derail the conversation from what's clearly bothering her to death. And if this is about the being childhood besties but not saying anything about it for months for whatever fucking reason, then yeah, it would probably be good to talk about that sooner rather than later. Mira shuffles and pulls herself out of Zoe's arms. Zoe mourns the warmth and weight against her, but she mirrors Mira by sitting up straighter. Mira is really pretty in the sunlight. The scar in her eyebrow looks more red than it really is through the golden stream from the window, but Zoe thinks it makes her look prettier than she already is. Imperfectly, perfectly gorgeous. Only a fool would think otherwise. You tell him, Zoe. You've already told me that you remember being in the hospital when you were 7, Mira says steadily, and Zoe's chest hitches with surprise. I don't think you remember how you got there, do you? I kinda do, Zoe says, a little hesitant. I remember falling out of a tree.
I remember how itchy that cast was and how much I wanted to grab a stick to shove it down there. Does that count? She expects Mira to laugh. She always laughs at things like this. She doesn't, though. And that's how Zoe knows that what's on Mira's mind is more serious than she thought. Well, she supposes the crying and everything helped too. I'm sorry, Mira chokes out, and Zoe instinctively shoots an arm out when Mira rocks forward like she wants another hug. I was the one who made you climb the tree. I forced you up there. I could. Her sharp inhale sounds so raspy that Zoe can't help but frown. I could sit here and give you excuse after excuse about why I did it, but it wouldn't change what happened. I hurt you when all you wanted to do was be my friend, and God, Zoe, I'm still so fucking sorry. Mira, Zoe whispers. I should have been a better friend to you, Mira continues, words spilling out with that urgent edge of pleading. I'm still trying to be a good friend to you. I know I haven't always done a good job of that, but I still want to try, if you'll let me. I know I can be such a shitty person sometimes, and that I can be, I don't know, stupidly blunt and aggressive and nice reference. She laughs dryly. You already know how difficult of a person I can be. Zoe thinks that she's one of the easiest people to be around. So, no, she doesn't. But you make me feel like those things can be okay sometimes, Mira says quietly. Like I can still be me, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to hurt someone, but I hurt you back then. I still hurt you now with the whole thing about Rumi and pushing you away when I shouldn't have, and I'm so sorry. Zoe can tell that Mira still has a little bit more to say, even as she starts to clench her jaw and look away from the exhaustion of her confession. So Zoe says nothing, and she puts a hand on Mira's knee and squeezes. Mira's eyes flick up to her face, glassy. Paired with her hunched shoulders, she looks so small. Zoe, I'm sorry for everything I've ever done to you, she says again, softer and quieter now, worn thin. I don't know what to promise you other than that I want to try and be better, to be a better friend for you, if you'd let me. Those words hang between the two of them like the light breeze by a tree. It's fragile, but Zoe is hardly afraid of it. And all she can find herself saying after a long moment is, That's a really long winded way to tell me that we used to be friends in elementary school. Mira stares at her. She stares for a while until she scoffs, not the princessy kind of scoff that Zoe often hears from rich people in K dramas, the funny kind, the Mira kind. Then Mira snorts out loud. A small smile spreads over her face, tentative with relief, and Zoe can't help but smile back. Sorry, Mira chokes out. Don't be, Zoe says. Just wish you kind of started with that. It's a light joke. She still means it to be a light joke even now. If it comes off a little shaky and uncertain, that's hardly her fault. She's only human. The smile, I love Zoe's healing arc through this. I love Zoe's like healing arc from like her people pleasing tendencies. Is anyone else noticing that? Because I love I love you, Zoe. The smile slowly slides off Mira's face, and Zoe tries not to retract her statement. Mira shimmies a little closer to her until their knees touch. She slides her hand into Zoe's until they interlock, and she squeezes. She squeezes hard enough to ground Zoe right where she is. I'm sorry, Mira repeats, and the raw sincerity closes up Zoe's throat. For everything. That wasn't I should have started with that. It was I just needed to tell you that first. I thought it would have been something you wanted to know first, in case you didn't. I didn't want. I didn't what? Zoe asks softly. Didn't want to be friends with you anymore? That I wanted you to leave me alone and never come back? She takes Mira's silence as an ashamed affirmative. She shouldn't be so surprised. The first 3 days waking up from her remembers the way Mira would stare at her, so like she was waiting for Zoe to strike her across the face. I still want you here with me, Zoe tells her. She hopes words land as gently as rain on dew covered grass. If I could go back in time, I wish you would have been with me through everything. We can't, though. Mira's eyes glance away from her. Zoe presses her knee to Mira's to make her look again. And you're here now, Zoe continues. That's all that matters, right? Mira's short nod reminds her so much of a scolded child that the ache in Zoe's chest tightens painfully. Zoe gulps. She steadies herself first, then says, I wrote those letters for you and Rumi when I made the bracelets. Mira's lips part in surprise. I was supposed to give them to Genu so he could pass them along with the bracelets, but I chickened out, Zoe admits quietly. I read them over while I was in the hospital with my dad, and I couldn't do it. I thought you two would think I was a loser. She still thinks so sometimes, most times. No. Mira watches her with that gentle gaze, and Zoe feels brave enough to tell her, I said we should be honest, so I thought it would help if I started with myself. Now it's your turn. She leans closer to Mira. Tell me why you didn't want to tell me, Zoe whispers. I want you to tell me everything on your mind because you said it yourself. Friends are honest. She wants, more than anything, for Mira to open the box and wipe away the dust. Tell me everything. But before you do, I need you to know that I'm still here.
Everyone needs a Zoe. Everyone needs a Zoe. Zoe, oh god, I love her so bad. I love her so bad. God, isn't it so cathartic? It's cathartic, but not vindictive. It's just cathartic and beautiful catharsis. Why are these girls not real? No, really, I need a Zoe. I mean, I do have a Zoe in my life, but I still need a Zoe. Um, Evan Hansen, when you're falling in a forest and there's nobody around, do you ever really crash or even make a sound? They're communicating. Yeah. Shout out communication for real. Shout out communication. On the outside, always looking in. Will I ever be more than I? Welcome back, 2017. Nah, it's a good song. The thing about Dear Evan Hansen is that it's not a good musical, but it does have good songs. Anyway, waving through a window. Whoa. I low-key began to squeal after you read that. I hope my brother doesn't hear it. Why are you squealing? Honestly, I don't know much more than a few of the songs. That's fair. I was thinking, wait, what did Cactus say? Did Cactus say something? Words fail, words fail. There's nothing I can say. Yeah, words fail, Mira. Words fail, Mira. Oof. Words fail, good song. Part of the reason why the movie failed is they took out good for you, words fail, anybody have a map? Yeah. I mean, yeah. The movie is bad. I've only like watched half of it and I know it's bad. Never saw the movie. Good, you don't need to. You don't need to see it. Okay. Ah, yes. is I don't know. Okay, anyway. Glad I never did. No, we put on the movie as a joke with friends when we were like I remember it so clearly. It was 3.5 years ago. It was 2022. Oh my god, I'm getting old. It was 2022, and we were in Miami because we I was visiting my roommate's place, and we were in the hot tub, just like chilling in the hot tub. Two guys chilling in a hot tub. We're chilling in the hot tub, and we put on the movie as like a like whatever. Um, we were in his rich friend's house, chilling in the hot tub, watching Dear Evan Hansen, the Dear Evan Hansen movie, and it's so bad that we turn it off halfway through. R word 36 questions. Yep. I was just thinking about I was just talking about R word. You should have been here. You should have been here. I was just talking about R word, Mira. When I was a little girl, like really little, like 8 or so, I threw my friend off of a I didn't throw. I told my friend to climb a tree. Uh, R word, don't worry, we will get there. That movie is a horror movie. LMAO, lovingly. No, I'm not gonna be loving about your Hansen. What the fuck? What song is this? It's Our Word. Our Word from 36 Questions. Okay. When I was a little girl, like really little, like 8 or so. No, I'm writing it for Mira. I told my friend to climb a tree. While knowing that it would end up well. I can't rewrite on a fly. Go listen to 36 questions. Yeah, Sam knows. Fall off a tree. Listen, sometimes the English doesn't English, y'all. You can't bully me about my English because I'm a second language English speaker. You can't bully me about my English. It's rude. Words are hard. Okay. Mira POV. I yapped for so long. Okay. Mira POV. She's still here. Mira didn't think she'd still be here. There was that small part of her mind that wondered if she had been the cause of her best friend's demise. Demise? Describing it as demise? That she would never see her again. That or her around their daughter again. That she would for one united goal and that it would be something she'd have to live with for the rest of her life. When you're 8 years old, it does feel like that. But the way Choi Jang-ho and his wife, at least in ink still, greet her with weak smiles and a promise to let her into Zoe's room once Zoe round of checkups with the nurse. Mira doesn't understand it one bit. They know that she was there. They know that she was the person to scream for help with blood so crimson on her hands that she can still see it when she closes her eyes. Okay, we get it. You like no, I like the Macbeth reference. I like it. I do. I swear. I just like to poke fun. Um but all Jang-ho tells her is you're her best friend. She'd want to see you. She doesn't understand. If it had been her family, they would shreds. If it had been Kang Min-jae, he would have stared at Zoe like she was gum stuck to the bottom of his expensive shoe, scolded Mira for sticking it there, and Kang Min-so would have looked away. Seeing Zoe sitting in a hospital bed almost makes her burst into tears. Zoe doesn't deserve to be here. She sticks out like a sore thumb against the white walls and the white bed. She's nothing but pure color, even with her arm in a cast and her head wrapped in white gauze, and Mira hates that she'd been the one to force her in there. She crouches outside in an instant. It's just the two of them. It's just the two of them here, and there's a part of her that wishes there was an adult in the room, just so she could feel their disapproving eyes on her, so she knows her place and what she's done. Does your head hurt? Mira asks her. It's what her it's what her mother always asks her when she's sick, and it's the only thing she can think of that's affectionate enough to ask without sounding too affectionate. They didn't hurt you, did they? Zoe shakes her head, then winces.
Her unbroken arm comes up to touch her head, and Mira swallows back the urge to put her fingers against Zoe's cheek. They said that I could have my classmates sign this when I go home, Zoe tells her happily. The happiness in her voice makes Mira's throat constrict. She should be happy that Zoe's so lively, but all it does is make her feel worse. Do you want to sign it first? I was going to ask Appa to sign it first, but Appa to sign it first, but I think you should. Why? She asks hoarsely. Is it because Zoe wants her to sign what she's done? Is it her punishment? It would be a fitting punishment if it were. She deserves more than that, really. But Zoe just shakes her head. Her smile is so sincere that Mira balls her hand. Why wouldn't I let you? Mira sniffles. She blinks rapidly to rid herself of the tears, but it's not working. I'm going to open the door again because we are having connectivity issues. Ah! My life is so hard. Also, it's hot as fuck. It's hot as fuck. Mira sniffles. She blinks rapidly to rid herself of the tears, but it's not working. She scolds herself for it. If her parents saw her now, they would. It's okay, Zoe tells her quickly. It's not your fault. I'm still okay. See? She points at her toothy grin, and Mira's vision blurs with tears. She hasn't cried like this in a long time. She hasn't let herself. For some reason, Zoe makes her feel like she can. Zoe always makes her feel like she can do anything. I'm, Mira says, her voice trembling and watery. I was so mad. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I hurt you. I hurt you so bad, and I shouldn't be around you anymore. You're my best friend. I want to keep friends with you forever, but I'll understand if you never want to see me again. I wouldn't want to see me anymore. I hate myself for it. I wish you never wanted to be friends with me. I wish you still want to be friends. Zoe waves her in for a hug. Mira, unable to disobey any of her orders ever, collapses against her chest. She breathes in Zoe's scent, still warm and smelling like the breakfast she had that morning, and the force of her inhale makes her rattle. It's okay, Zoe whispers against her hair, smoothing down the flyaways. Oh, my friend. Mira inhales with a sob. She's never had someone be this gentle with her before. It scares her, and she can feel every part of her body tensing and trembling with the anticipation that this will be taken from her the moment she lets her guard down. But Zoe's smile makes her melt. The way that Zoe looks at her makes her claws retract. It's okay, Mimi. I'm still. Zoe POV. Here. She's still here. She'll always be right here with Mira. Zoe sits on the picnic blanket, knees drawn, chin propped up to her knees, and she listens to Mira tell her everything that she wants her to know. The way that they met at their elementary school, very few letters that she received, and the very many that she didn't, her family's interception, and the letters that she wrote Zoe, and how Mira had been consumed by guilt ever since the day they reconnected. How she thought she could bury their history down deep so that she could rectify her mistakes of being an awful elementary school friend by being a better one now. How she realized that she was a worse friend now. She was a friend now, and really amending things, had to start with being honest. It feels like ripping the band aid off, or more like getting her arm casts sawed off and feeling the cold air on her skin for the first time in weeks. It's relief. She knows that much. Sweet, simple relief. It feels like an answer to something she didn't realize she'd been holding inside herself. But Mira still has surprises up her sleeve. Of course she does. She always likes to keep Zoe on her toes, and it's always been one of her favorite parts about being friends with someone like Mira. Mira slides the picnic basket over to them. She takes out the food first: cold sandwiches, gimbap and jon in a container, geranmari, and sweets and milkies to satisfy any and all of Zoe's cravings. And choco pies, which Mira has already taken out of their wrappers. She's wrapped the choco pies in American cheese slices, and it makes Zoe laugh in delirious happiness. She had suggested the combination as a joke the other day. It's not a joke anymore. It's not a joke anymore. A combo that she discovered the first week she landed in the US as a kid. Wait, that's so cute. That's really sweet. Okay. And it seems that Mira and Rumi took it seriously. Food time. No, Artie. Bad Artie. You're not my mom. I haven't had a choco pie in a while. I love choco pies. Good luck, Artie. Taste test time. I love that I get to. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. These look like well, they are the same thing. It's like in Turkey we have something called halle. It's basically the same thing. It's like a cookie sandwich with marshmallow in the middle covered in chocolate. It's basically the same thing as a halle. I do like halles better though. Because I call me biased. Sweet and salty are choco pies like moon pies. Yes, but it's chocolate instead. Yeah. It is like a moon pie. Yes. I had to remember what a moon pie is. And we have the cheese here. I haven't had American cheese in so long. I don't remember. I mean, I know they taste like cheese, but like I don't have American cheese because they're not real cheese. I like my cheddar. Okay. Freaking fake ass cheese. Do you wrap them in two cheese slices per choco pie? Oh, you're actually. Oh, of course I am doing it. Lol, tastes like cheese. I know it tastes like cheese, but it's like plastic. Oh god. Do I do 2 slices or 1 slice? What is my life? I'll do like 1 slice. I won't do something crazy. Okay, I'll do 1 slice. Listen, I think it's cute. I think it's cute that she discovered this combination as a kid, and I have respect for that. It's not that warm. It was it was being refrigerated before. Oh god, it broke. Oh god, it broke all over my fingers. Oh shit. All over my fingers. Oh shit. It melts so easily. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna take it out, and my fingers are gonna get a little cheesy. Already just pulled that out. I had it from the beginning of stream. Okay, we wrapped it in. Taste test time. Oh god, how do I even bite into this? That's like 2 layers of cheese. We're not doing 2 layers of anything. Okay. Mm. It, girl, what? I'm confused more than anything. It's like ah oh, it's that weird. I mean, it is weird, but it doesn't make sense to me. Rating is like question mark out of 100 out of 10, not 100. Question mark out of 10. That's my rating. Streets are saying Honman posted again. I'll check it out in a bit. I'll put another slice on this and like try to taste it again because oh my god, I'm so confused. Like I get it with the salty of the it tastes like cheese even. It just like tastes kind of like
something salty. I don't know. Maybe it's the type of American cheese I got. I don't know. I mean, like, sure, it makes sense. It's cheese and chocolate, right? The texture is a bit weird because we have like the cookie and the marshmallow and everything, but like, people arguing outside. Yeah, I mean, it's New York. People are always arguing outside. So yeah, I mean, nice choco pie though. I like choco pies. It's not craft, but they didn't have craft at the store I went to. I just like got American cheese. Hey, I'm reading fanfic here, and that's my radiator going off again. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, I'm eating American cheese here. I don't have a good New York accent. I'm sorry. I have other accents. I miss Mardi Gras because I would get so many moon pies then. Love moon pies. Okay, I'll check out. Did you say something like he already died from eating choco pie covered in cheese or something like that? Let's see what post Honman has made. Part 2. That's funny. I'll repost that. That's funny. That's funny. GTC is everywhere for those with eyes to see, indeed. Okay, I'm gonna finish my apple as a little palate cleanser and then keep going, and we can just chill for now. Choco pies are really good. I would recommend it. If you have like an H Mart near you, they sell it near there. Hi, Dane. What's up? Mm. It's a big apple. It's a big apple. An apple is actually good to eat before doing anything like voiceover. Like when you have to like clear your mouth and stuff. Yeah. Mm. A big apple in New York? Too bad an apple a day won't keep the angst away. It had a bit of a color in it because I broke the apple open like 3.5 hours ago, about 3 hours ago. So it was like sitting here. It's fine. I won't die. Why? Just why? Yeah, I am not reading that. Okay. Okay, we're so back. We are so back. We tried the American cheese wrapped choco pie, and we're back. If Zoe only ate more apples. I don't eat apples much. I want to try ripping one open. I ripped this one open because I saw that they were doing it here. It's so hard. They do it like so, like it's so easy. Maybe it was because my apple was hard. I don't know. Maybe they have softer apples. I don't know. Maybe it was a small apple and I had a big apple. Maybe you practice and you get better. I will reluctantly let you pick one thing for me to post on Honmun. Sure. Okay. Okay, she's wrapped the choco pies and American cheese slices. She discovered the combo the first week she landed in the US as a kid, and it seems that Mira and Rumi took it seriously. Then Mira tilts the empty picnic basket towards Zoe, and Zoe peers inside.
There are letters there. Many of them, all written in Mira's attractively opulent handwriting. They're all addressed to Zoe's old house in Korea. Take one, Mira whispers to her. She gently elbows Zoe. Take any one that you like. You can open the rest of them back home if you want. I still have even more to show you. Or if you don't want to, it's not like I'd. Of course I will, Zoe promises. I'll read them. You know that. Zoe picks the first one from the pile. It seems to be one of the newer ones, judging by the fresh ink on the address line. The ones at the bottom of the stack have creases in the corner already. The ones at the bottom of the stack have creases in the corner already to denote their age. Her fingernail drags over the flap of the envelope to open it as neatly as she can. As silly as it is, she doesn't want to destroy these letters. They feel too precious and warm in the hands to do something as careless as ripping them open. It's a short letter, but it's a quick skim already. But a quick skim already has her laughing in disbelief. Dearest, comma, what if I throw up? My dearest, comma, Angelica. Dearest, comma. I'd recommend Belgium if you're sorry. I'd recommend Belgium if you're still craving pralines. There's a store in Brussels that sells more delicious chocolate than you could ever dream of. Yes, even you. I can take you there someday if you want. The weather in Belgium isn't as predictable as it is in Seoul, though. Swear to God that I opened my eyes to sunshine one morning and blinked and got drenched in the rain. But just make sure to bring an umbrella when you go. If you're not having if you're not craving chocolates anymore, I can also take you to Italy. I feel like you'd be the type to fall in love with svogliatella, sfogliatella, sfogliatelle, sfogliatelle. My dearest Zoe. Is this like recent? So does she? I don't know what voice to make. I don't know. Okay, yeah. I thought of you the first time I had it, and the second, and the last. Unless you have somewhere else in mind. Knowing you, you probably have a giant list of desserts that you want to try someday. Let me help you fill it out. Say the word, and I'll take you anywhere you want. Or I'll bring what you want. I'll bring what you want to you. You know I would. Ever had fried mantu? Mantu? Fried mantu? What is mantu? Mantu? Steamed bear. Ah, nice. Nice. You dip it in condensed milk. Yeah, I know about that. I didn't know what it was called. You dip it in condensed milk, but I think you'd enjoy switching up the dipping. And I wouldn't worry about your math fine. Probably did really bad on it, but grades at your age won't matter. You won't even want to be an astronaut or pilot anymore by the time math starts to matter for you. Don't worry about that. Trust me. Love, Mira. You probably already know this. If you don't, you know I'd make fun of you to hell and back, but it's I hope you're doing well, not good. They're so cute. The postscript makes Zoe bark out a short laugh. She can't help it. It's so Mira to tell her that, even for a letter replying to something over a decade and a half old. It makes her cheeks ache with the smile that stretches across her face. She can feel Mira staring at her as she neatly folds the letter back into the envelope and sets it aside to fish for another. She's greedy in that regard. She may not ask for a lot of things in life, but being handed an entire picnic basket full of meticulously written letters from a friend she'd been waiting for an answer from for so long makes her feel like she'd been handed a bucket of gold. Who would ever turn away something like this? This is more than she could ever ask. The fact that she can touch it with her hands astonishes her. The letter that she picks out is longer, but she surprisingly remembers which letter Mira is referring to. The one when she had gone on a field trip with her class to the aquarium, rambling on and on about the kinds of sharks that she saw. Mira replies to each of her shark facts in expressive detail, and she asks further questions about the points that she brings up, as if she's waiting for letters. Short make her laugh because she can hear Mira's dry, curvy ink, and others that make her eyes well up with tears. She gets a rough idea of which letters Mira is replying to for about half of them. She guesses at, or she has no idea what she'd written to her about horse soccer balls or the sounds that guinea pigs make. The annoying open door time is being annoying. I'm also gonna plug this in. Okay. Mira makes sure to keep her well fed and energized for her reading binge. She unwraps sandwiches and brings them up to Zoe's lips for her, and she cracks open pistachio shells for Zoe to take by the handle. She says nothing, and she doesn't even comment on any of Zoe's chuckles or gasps of surprise. Mira just seems content on letting her read. There's another one that makes her smile. It's not in Mira's stylistic, attractive handwriting. It's in Rumi's, which she knows from years of staring at her signatures and handwriting. She saves that one and only reads the address line. The next letter is shorter than the others. It's just two paragraphs. The first about the weather in Seoul, and that, yes, she did try the French fries dipped in Nutella combo that little Zoe had seemingly begged her to try. Now that's a good combo. The second paragraph is one short sentiment. You're never a bother to me, Zumi. Mira writes, never, ever. I'm sorry it took me this long to reply to you. Every letter that I open from you is another gift. I hope that someday in the future you understand that. Zoe blinks back tears as she folds the letter back into the envelope, just as neatly as she did with the others. Mira is elbow to elbow with her, watching her read each letter in quiet anticipation. Then Mira whispers, want to read the rest at home? Right. There's more at home. Zoe silently rifles through the letters in the basket. Each inky curve of Zoe's address is painstakingly written with blots at the tails of each letter to show that Mira made sure each stroke was intentional. The cardstock of the envelopes, too, feels expensive in her hands. The piece of paper that Mira wrote is dated on the right-hand side, like Zoe used to do with her own. And she doesn't miss the way Mira put a comma between Dearest and Zoe in each line of address. Okay, so this was supposed to be a reference, I'm guessing, with a comma after Dearest. This is okay. I see you. She rubs her thumb over each instance of Mira writing her name, how the ink darkens slightly, as if Mira deliberately paused to stare at it while she thought of what to say next. Oh, yeah, this was 100% intentional. Yeah. She counts the letters in the picnic basket. She tries to recall how many letters she'd written to Mira over. Counts it to about 100, give or take. The little Zoe wasn't ready to let go of her pen pal that easily, and Zoe is proud of that girl. The only reason she had ever stopped wasn't because it occurred to her best friend had grown too busy for her, but because she thought maybe Mira hadn't been getting her letters after all. In a way, little Zoe was right. She is also proud of her for deducing that. There's about a dozen here, which means there are many, many more with Mira back at the house, if she really did reply to every letter. And the emotion that seizes her by the throat comes fast. She sniffles and rubs at her watery eyes with the shoulder of her shirt, and Mira puts a hand on her thigh to squeeze it. You don't have to, Mira says tentatively. Just one more, Zoe insists. She just needs to look for one more thing before they go. She knows Mira well enough to recognize her love for dramatics. Is it the ring? Is it the ring? Putting my money on the ring. Putting my money on the ring. She finds what she's looking for at the very bottom of the picnic basket. It almost sticks to the woven. It almost sticks to the woven material, but she manages to peel it free with her fingernails. This one is a little different. She can already tell from the weight in her hands that it's just different. Oh, okay, it's another letter. Okay, never mind, never mind. It's neater than the rest of the envelopes. Mira put so much care into making sure that the others were in pristine condition, but they still had pressed flaps or stamps that sat a little wonky in the corners. Minor things that no one would notice unless they were someone like Zoe, who likes to pay attention to every little detail that her best friend puts into things. This one is different because it feels too perfect in her hands. Not to mention that the address isn't directed to her house in Burbank, at the house that she's been living in for the last decade and a half. It's the only envelope addressed to Zoe and only Zoe, which means it isn't a reply to her younger self's letters. It's one written just for her. I'm gonna throw up. Zoe holds it out to Mira. Mira glances down at the envelope in surprise, then back at her. She raises a perfectly manicured eyebrow, and Zoe bites down on her bottom lip to try not to giggle. What? Mira says, a little confused. Open it, Zoe replies, matter of fact. She shakes the envelope in Mira's face. Read it out to me. Mira's brow scrunches. Oh, why? You can read, can't you? Zoe snorts at the jest, and she lets the envelope fall onto Mira's thigh. She settles into a comfier position on the picnic blanket. Read it out to me, she repeats. I just want to hear you read it. Mira's still looking at her weirdly, still suspicious of her intentions. Why? Because I want to hear you read it out. Why? I can't want to hear you read it out loud. I'll only read it out to you if you tell me why. Do I need a reason why? Yes. Why? Zoe Why? Zoe mimics her voice. Mira groans at the turnaround, and Zoe laughs heartily at her reaction. So I guess like, why? Something like that. Zoe scooches closer to hit Mira's knee with her own. Read it to me, she says gently, and something in her voice makes Mira's shoulders melt downwards. Please, I promise I won't make fun of you. I just want to hear it from you, in your voice. Because you're right here, goes unsaid. Mira glances down at the envelope on her thigh. Her fingers caress the corner, and Zoe watches as she works her jaw to find something to say. An excuse to get out of it, most likely. Zoe won't force her if she really doesn't want to. There's just something about this letter that makes her feel like, okay, Mira says quietly, but you said you won't make fun of me, and I'm holding you to that. Zoe holds up her pinky. Want to swear on it? Pew! Dies. Mira's eyebrows raise in surprise, and she's quiet for a moment before she snorts in that fond way she always does when Zoe does anything out of the ordinary, which is all the time if she's being real, and she hooks her pinky with Zoe's. It takes a while for her to unfold the letter inside of the envelope. Zoe doesn't blame her for taking so long. In fact, she appreciates the way that Mira painstakingly opens it with her fingernail and how she makes sure not to miss the fold too much as she shimmies the singular piece of paper out. It's a few pages, not the longest or shortest of the letters she's seen, but the ink is bolder, more deliberate. Zoe can see how deeply the ink runs through the paper as Mira lifts it for a quick once over, and she notices how meticulously written the letters are when Mira goes to smooth the pages down against her knee. Mira clears her throat, and Zoe giggles. She stops giggling when Mira shoots her a mild look. She's quiet for a moment. Oh, I'm going to have to read in Korean. Great. She's quiet for a moment. Zoe wonders if she's reading through the letter in her head to prepare herself, or if she's just bracing for what's to come. Either way, Zoe doesn't understand the hesitation. It's just a letter. She's read about 6 of them already. How different could this one be? 내 옆번, oh God. 내 옆번 여자에게. Mira starts, voice gentle, and Zoe instantly clams her mouth shut. That's not how she usually starts them. It's always just, Dear Zoe, and nothing more. To my pretty girl is already a stark departure from Mira's typical letters. I'm throwing up. I guess I should just say it. I guess I should just say it first before it gets all dramatic. Mira recites, her voice a little dead. She keeps her eyes firmly on the page. I had a big crush on you when we were kids, if you didn't know. Somehow. Something about your throwing arm and your big collection of spiders and Pokemon cards had me swooning, I guess. Zoe laughs breathlessly. The warmth in her chest makes her feel so light. I didn't do anything about it, obviously. Mira continues, her voice growing quiet, careful not to lift her head. If I had to go back in time, I. Her voice breaks, and so does Zoe's heart. I don't think I would have done anything about it anyway. Not in the I'm scared to say anything about a stupid crush way, but more like I just wanted to be around you. Being around you made me feel like I could tumble down a hill and laugh with you forever. If I could go back in time, I would have tried to find a way to be friends with you for longer. Maybe I could have been there for your 10th birthday and made fun of you for finally making it to the double digits. Maybe I could have laughed at you for failing your first driver's test, then told you that you didn't even need a license anyway because I would have driven you anywhere you wanted. Sometimes I stare at my ceiling at night and dream about all the times we could have skipped class in high school to grab food or scream songs in my car. Maybe you would have been the one to dye my hair pink with me. There's a part of me that wishes I was the one to listen to all your shitty teenage remixes and made fun of you for them, then rubbed your back and told you how proud I was of what you'd made. Mira falls silent for a moment, and Zoe flicks her eyes up to her. She wonders if that's the end, and she opens her mouth to ask, but Mira quietly shuffles to the next page, clears her throat, and continues, her voice so quietly gentle. The only good memory I ever had of my father as a kid was the few times he'd let me garden with him. Something about tending to a garden made him feel like a competent member of society, I guess. Zoe laughs in a breathless puff. I didn't like it, I'll be honest. Why would I spend my time gardening if I could get fresh asparagus with the wave of my hand? She clears her throat again. Her voice still strains as she speaks, though. I don't remember how, but I found a sunflower seed and got so excited to plant it. I had a whole vision in my head that it would grow so big and my brother would be jealous of how tall. Obviously, a responsibility like that was a lot harder than I thought it would be. The thought of little Mira tending to a garden makes Zoe laugh. Mira's eye roll doesn't help. Zoe's laughter comes out just as weak as Mira's words. It took forever for the sunflower to grow. Mira strains, and when it did, it was lopsided and droopy and, God, can I be honest? Really fucking short. That gets a laugh out of the both of them. But I adored it much more than the flawless image I'd had in my head. I would admire it from my window every time I did my homework, adoring it for everything that it stood for, that it wasn't perfect, that it took a lot of hard work, and that it was all the more beautiful for it. That's how I feel about you. Zoe's breathing comes out shallow and careful. Mira's comes out steady. Honest words can do that to a person. I don't love you because you match a memory from a long time ago. Mira continues, quieter but certain. I love you because you're here, because you grew into yourself without caring what people expected you to be, and you still shine so brightly in my life, and I want to help you keep shining. The air between them feels utterly still. Zoe notices her hands shaking as she grips the letters. She reaches over and touches Mira's wrist to help her steady herself, and Mira closes her eyes. I love you the way trees love the ground. Mira murmurs, eyes still closed. She's not reading from the letter anymore. Slowly, sincerely, grounding, whatever other words to make you laugh at how corny it is. Predictably, Zoe does laugh. I'd pick your thunder and your rain over anyone else's sunshine any day, Mira adds, and she places the letters down on the blanket to look up at Zoe. I'm sorry if I ever made you feel like I stopped loving you. I'm sorry for that, and I'll be sorry for the rest of my life. I'm sorry, and I'll tell you through paper and ink and with all the words that I have, if it's still what you want. I'm sorry we couldn't grow up together, but I will be here to see you grow old. I want to see you with gray hairs and wrinkles. I don't need you to be taller or brighter or easier to take care of. I don't need you to be anything else other than what you already are. Mira slides her hand over to Zoe's. Her cold fingers bring Zoe back to herself. Mira has always had that effect on her. I like you when you're childish, Zoe, Mira mumbles, but she holds Zoe's gaze. I like you even when you're mad, Zoe, or sad, Zoe, or badass musician, Zoe. I just want to be here with you, Zoe. No expectations, nothing to take from you. All I want is to sit here with you and watch you grow with me in whatever direction that ends up being. Zoe squeezes her hand. She can hardly feel herself breathing anymore, but she isn't scared. It feels like relief. There's no pressure for Zoe to choose or label anything because their friendship runs its roots much deeper than whatever they might become. It's a simple vow to stick around and cultivate something new. It feels like seeing a friend that she hasn't seen in years for the first time. You really want to see me grow old? Zoe whispers. Mira nods her head. Zoe doesn't know if it's because she has no more words to say or because she's already figured out what Zoe is going to tell her. Knowing her, it's both. So Zoe adds, then you'll have to be here with me for a very long time. Like a really long time. Mira's laughter is incredulous and breathless, yet she sounds so relieved that Zoe can't help but smile at her. I'd spend all the time in the world with you, Mira says, gentle as the breeze by the tree, for as long as you want. I want you forever, Zoe wants to say. I want you to never leave me again. I want you to stay. Let me be greedy and ask you to stay. She doesn't really need to ask. All she has to do is wrap Mira in a tight hug, with Mira's hand slipping to the back of her head to cradle her, and Zoe's arms thrown around her trembling body, too big in her arms, a reminder that they'd gotten so big between the first time they hugged and today. The greatest feeling in the world is always a happy reunion. Zoe can't ever describe how good it feels to find her best friend again. It's not even over. It's not even over. So they're basically married now, right? It's raining indoors now. Tears. Mm, mm, mm. Another incredible GTC monologue to learn. Real, real, real. Real. The rain is my tears. No, now I'm gonna memorize that. Oh my god. I don't think we got an audio for this, but do you think they will make an audio for this? Because I will throw up. I will throw up. Ooh. Because usually when they do audios, they post it on Twitter, and I didn't see that. But if they make an audio for this with M reading that, I will. We need to start scripting this. Yes, cactus. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You got it. I'll memorize it. Okay. I'll keep reading. We're very close to the end. Mira's POV. At the airport, Mira helps her friend bring her luggage to the check-in counter. I haven't cried in a while, but I love an audio with all three. Mira helps her friend bring her luggage to the check-in counter. The adults are talking off to the side, Zoe's parents speaking to each other in hushed tones so as not to draw attention to themselves. Last words before the pair separate and never see each other again, Mira supposes. Her own parents aren't here. They're at work, and the only person she's brought along with her is her chauffeur, who waits inside the car outside of the airport to take her back to school before anyone in the family can notice. Their hug is long. Have a safe flight and tell me everything I missed. Kinds of sentiments are exchanged between them, their faces smushed against each other's shoulders. A part of Mira wishes that she could hug her friend for even longer. It might be a regret that she'll carry with her for the rest of her life. Zoe pulls back first. It takes everything in Mira's body not to pull her in for another bone crushing hug. Promise you'll write to me? Sorry. Promise you'll write to me? Zoe asks. There is no concern in her voice, just a little check in. Mira nods and tries her hand at a reassuring smile. I'll write you a letter and send it to your house as soon as I get back home today, she promises. Zoe already gave her a crumpled note with the address to her new house in Burbank after she begged her father all week. She already knows what she wants to tell Zoe in her first letter, that she misses her, and that sometimes she gets the urge to dye her hair pink because it reminds her of Zoe's little cute little headband, which she would have never admitted if they were in person, and because it makes her look less like her father, which she also would have never admitted. Maybe she will, as a graduation present to herself when she enters high school. Zoe's smile is big and bright. Mira can't wait to see it again soon. All right, back to you too. All right, back to you too, Zoe promises sternly, and Mira's smile widens at how serious she sounds about it. Promise me you'll always write back? Then Mira surprises herself by holding out her pinky. Want to swear on it? She asks. Zoe smiles back to her, and she hooks their pinkies without another word. No one would ever dare to break a pinky promise, after all. That would just be ridiculous. Rumi POV next. Rumi POV next. I'll just keep going. Mornings in the choice humble home get easier to deal with after a little while. It was a little disorienting, she'll admit, the first time that she moved or temporarily relocated to Burbank in order to take care of Zoe. Not that it's completely a bad thing. It's just that she didn't realize that there were fewer power outlets in the house and in her penthouse, or that the hairdryer here doesn't work half as well as her own back home, which she promptly rectified by buying herself and Zoe a matching pair a couple days later. That the toaster is charred at the bottom, and that she has to take the trash out herself every week, which was an experience. Oh my god, the rich people, the rich girls are learning to be normal. Crazy. But she wouldn't have it any other way. She'd do it over and over again if it meant being next to Zoe and making sure that she was taken care of and loved in the way that she should have been from the very beginning. She's learning to appreciate her morning ritual in the tiny guest bathroom too. Cramped bathroom, for sure. Probably the most cramped bathroom she's ever encountered in her life. And she'd honestly call the entire room a stall more than anything else. She refuses to ever say that to anyone in the house, though, because she can already imagine Zoe's guilty face or the way that Mira is going to smirk at her for acting like such a princess. So no, Rumi is never going to complain about this bathroom. It's quite a fine bathroom, and it's one that builds character. At least they have more than one bathroom, unlike someone here. Mira had retorted when she saw her face the first time they came inside. Get her ass! Get her ass about the fucking single bathroom. I know that it's because of her issues. Get her ass, though. I don't care. But elbowing Mira over and over while they try to brush their teeth in the morning is a little bit of a nuisance. Just a little bit. At least they aren't shouting or screaming at each other. If someone had plopped them into that same bathroom a couple of months ago and told them to brush their teeth in order to get out, they would have never been able to leave with all the shouting and biting each other's heads off. It's less shouting now and more like bickering. She still doesn't like the word, but it's the only word that she can use to describe what they're doing now, with them trying to elbow each other out of the way to use the faucet, or to grab the toothpaste, or to pull out the drawer to take the brush. The bites hardly land as more than light indents in the skin, and they're laughing, really, under their breaths. War is over! Okay. As much as she hates the word, it's bickering. They continue to bicker for the rest of their morning routine until Mira sits up on the counter, watching her as she calmly braids her hair into the style that she likes, the one that keeps it out of her face while she does the dishes. After a couple minutes of feeling Mira stare on her while she watches herself in the mirror, Rumi calls out, "What?" Mira glances away and Rumi frowns. Mira's almost never the type to look away from something like that. She's always the kind to tease or laugh at her or flirt if the mood strikes, but they usually try their best to keep that to a minimum so that they can focus on "Thank you," Mira says, and the rare sincerity in her voice makes Rumi's hands freeze in her hair. Mira clears her throat again, and Rumi eyes the light pink that starts to brush over her face. For getting my head out of my ass so I could talk to her about the friend thing. Oh, Rumi's hands fall away from her hair. She regards Mira with a level look, trying to discern what happened from the way Mira keeps glancing around the room at everything except Rumi. I'm guessing it went well? Rumi asks, her voice pitched slightly high. I mean, when you two came home yesterday, Zoe looked extra bubbly, and you looked like you weren't constipated for the first time in your life. Mira kicks her thigh, and Rumi snickers. Yes, it went well, Mira says, exasperated. More than well. I lost my place. More than well, I guess. We talked a bunch. It was good for us, I think. So, thank you. Rumi still remembers the conversation. She still remembers seeing the look on Mira's face, so quietly destroyed, reminding her so much of that night a couple of years ago, and knowing that she had to do something before it became the same thing, repeating right in front of her eyes. So she sent Zoe to take Mira's keys, set down what she was preparing on the counter, and turned around to tell Mira that she shouldn't be letting these sorts of things happen, that Zoe values honesty and openness more than anything else, and that, if anything, Zoe would be thrilled to know the kind of history that they have. There's a tree house a couple blocks from here, Rumi had told her. It's in a quiet neighborhood. If you don't want to talk to her in the house because you're scared I or her dad might overhear, then go there. It's a cute spot. And not to brag, but wasn't she so right? A broken clock can be right twice a day. Don't call yourself a broken clock! Oh, Rumi, you have problems and issues, and I love you. She's definitely never going to let Mira live something like this down. You're welcome, Rumi says, a sprinkle of amusement in her voice alongside her awkwardness. She presses her lips together to gather her thoughts, then carefully asks, Did did either of you talk about Mira shakes her head, a little frantic. No, no, we're She thinks about it for a moment to consider her words. We're just friends right now. Mira kicks her again, but the side of her foot lingers on Rumi's thigh. Shit. Sorry. I'm so clumsy. Um I feel so normal about that. I feel so normal about Sorry, I'm thinking about heated rivalry now. Ah! I'm so normal. I'm so normal. Mira kicks her again, but the side of her foot lingers on Rumi's thigh. Kinda like us, Mira says casually. I'm throwing up. What? What? I'm throwing up. Hello? 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 What? What? Rumi gets what she means well enough. They're all friends, but they're putting a little bit more effort into it than just being friends. It's the limbo between what they are and what they want to be, what they hope to be. But this is more than fine with her. They have all the time in the world. Sorry, I'm like, wow. I'm realizing that it's been 2 months since the incident. But wow. Wow. Hello, hello. Give me that, give me that polytrix. Parallel to kicking each other's legs under the. I'm so normal. I am so normal. Cactus! Yes. They have all the time in the world. Mira glances at her phone when it buzzes. She curses under her breath and shifts on top of the counter. Your manager? Rumi guesses. Mira rolls her eyes in a way that says yes. Rumi's learned something about the way she does, about the way Rumi's learned something about the way she does it that still amuses her. A counterclockwise roll of the eyes means yes, and a clockwise roll means no. That is such a specific thing to notice. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to notice. He keeps updating me on all the rejections as if I hadn't told him a billion times that I don't care. Mira hisses under her breath, typing rapidly on her phone. Rumi presses her lips together and hums in acknowledgement while she braids the rest of her hair. Mira's been complaining about it for the past 2 weeks. She finds it a little odd, too, that Mira's been getting fewer and fewer sponsorships. But she does agree that her manager needs to stop reporting to her about every little thing that gets passed over. And realistically, it could just be because Mira refuses to fly out too much right now. International shoots are common for someone like Mira, but not if she wants to stay put in California as much as she can. Rumi is about the same, but she's thankful that most of her work right now can be handled through video meetings or quick trips in the afternoon. Let me do this. There could be other reasons, but they've already talked about it, and Rumi doesn't want to stress her out over something she can't control. She's had idol friends too, who've bonded with her about how ruthless the modeling industry can be with appearances. Huh. Well, yes. Somewhere outside of the bathroom, Zoe shouts for one of them to come help her with something. Rumi steps away from the counter to let Mira pass through, but Mira gives her an odd look. What are you doing? She asks. Rumi looks at her just as strangely. Her hands fall away from her hair once more, and she huffs out, letting you pass through like I do every single day. It's basically clockwork now. Zoe would shout from her bathroom or her room to ask for assistance, anything ranging from helping her put on a jacket to catching Derpy and wrenching the dead rodent from his mouth, and Mira would always be the first to help. It makes sense. They're closer to each other. They're childhood best friends, and clearly they enjoy each other's presence more. They're more comfortable with each other, Rumi should say. They're more compatible. It's hard to compete with the kind of bond that they have. So Rumi steps to the side to give them some breathing room. This is Jaime being like, don't worry, the Zorumi is coming. Don't worry, Zorumi will be here so soon. She has never had a problem with that. As long as she can be in their space in any way at all, she's happy. But then Mira kicks her, hard enough this time to make her tilt forward and yelp, and she chuckles out, Go! She's asking for Go! She's asking for help, and you're almost done with your braid. So go. Rumi stares at her in disbelief. But you're not even doing anything. Mira looks around, then plucks the floss from the counter next to her. I forgot to floss, she says flatly, and Rumi huffs. They're so cute. Are you sure? Rumi blurts out. She might prefer you. Maybe she meant to call you and not me. I don't want to get in between this. You do such a better job at making her feel better. She's not mine to. Yes, I'm sure, Mira says, exasperated. Go. I need to floss and I need all the elbow room I can get. Leave me in peace. Rumi throws one last glance at her, which Mira returns with a light glare, and Rumi scampers out into the hall. She even feels Mira give her a gentle push. The bathrooms are only a couple feet away from each other. A bouquet of Lego pink roses and baby's breath lies on the small desk in the hallway, and she nearly bumps her hip into it. She evades it just in time, and just as Zoe pokes her head out into the hallway to look around. Zoe spots Rumi, and her eyes light up. Rumi's heart does a little pancake flip. Should she make her pancakes for breakfast? Come here, Zoe says quickly, taking her by the wrist and pulling her into the bathroom. I need your help with something. Can you help? For you? Rumi asks earnestly. Anything, sweet pea. Zoe's toothy grin makes her heart melt. Anything. She would do anything. And we have one last part remaining, so I'll have a sip of water and we'll be a sip of water from the water bottle that I like that fell on the floor. Oh no! Oh no! Did it spill? Oh no! Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Sweet pea. It's so cute. Well, it got tweeted. What got tweeted? Well, it got yeeted. Yeeted. That's what it is. It got yeeted. Nor, it's raining. Oh, nor. Candy floss? That's funny. Don't worry, Mira. We'd love to take a million pictures of you with your scar. Yes, River. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, nor, Cleor. Do I read that again on stream? Oh, nor, Cleor, the cocaine. I swear to God, I don't think I can ever write a fic like that. It's it's a lot. It's a big commitment, I must say. I could never personally. The cocaine, the condensation. Okay. Mira POV. It takes cooking a couple of dishes, pancakes, bacon, eggs, the all American breakfast that Zoe and her father were craving yesterday, for her to finally hear the door to Zoe's bathroom open upstairs. She can hear them giggling as the door cracks open, but their conversation is too muffled for her to listen in on. She doesn't care enough to eavesdrop either. She knows by now that Zoe would be more than happy to tell her what they were talking about, and Rumi is learning how to tell her things, and Mira is learning to listen without her exploding on the spot. Rumi breezes by her. Mira lazily lifts her hand in greeting. She does a double take when she notices the light pink stain on Rumi's shirt, but she's too slow in the morning to ask what it means. Oh, is it? I have a guess to what it might be, but okay. Rumi peers in to look at the breakfast that Mira made, and she hums in approval. That good of a mood, huh? She pointing at all the food. Mira melts into the couch and turns the volume up on the TV. Whatever, she mutters, and Rumi laughs. She can practically hear Rumi preparing to say something else, but the buzzing of her phone takes both out of it. There's a beat of silence as Rumi checks the caller ID. Then she calls out, I'll do the dishes for you in exchange for breakfast. Thank you. I'll come eat in a bit. Say hi to Zoe. Zoe's new look for me. Gotta go. Gotta take this. They dyed Zoe's hair. I'm calling it. They dyed Zoe's hair. Mira glances at her phone. It's too early in the morning for Rumi's usual appointments, so it's probably Bobby calling to check in about something. Before Mira can give her a quick goodbye, Rumi passes by her again. Or maybe I'm wrong, and we'll figure out. We'll figure out. Rumi passes by her again, putting her hand on Mira's shoulder to squeeze it gently, and greets someone politely on the other end of the phone. Her voice fades away as she heads downstairs to the soundproof ish old basement. It's not long before Zoe comes bouncing down the stairs. Mira doesn't turn around to look at her yet. She just checks her phone one last time, clears her throat, and says, Hey, so after what you said yesterday about not hiding secrets from each other, I figured that I should probably let you have one more thing. She fishes around in her pajama shorts, then produces a golden chain laced around her fingers. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Where's Locket? Where's Locket? Oh my god! I'm so normal! I'm so normal! Oh, okay, 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 okay. I'm so normal. Okay. Oh my god, my head hurts. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Oh my god. Okay. My head hurts. She fishes around in her pajama shorts, then produces a golden chain laced around her fingers. Standing there and fiddling with the chain and the heart shaped jewel that clinks softly, Mira starts to say, While you were gone in the hospital, I went with Ginu to pick this up. She snorts. Wasn't going to, but he convinced me that I should at least take it so that I could figure out what to do with it afterward. Had it buried between two old shirts for a couple of weeks, and it left my mind for a while. But I thought you could, um. Zoe bounces over to come take a look. There's an easy smile on her face as she lifts Mira's hand and lets her fingertips trail over the golden chain. Her knuckles brush against the curve of it, and her eyes fixated on the polished golden heart. Mira is frozen in place. All she can do is stand there and stare while Zoe hums under her breath and admires the locket. Chekhov's freaking locket! Chekhov's freaking locket! It's a really cute necklace, Zoe says carefully, respectful of the weight that she twirls in her fingers, but unconcerned with any negativity it might carry, always seeing the bright side, as Zoe always does. Are you sure you don't want to keep it? I mean, if you want to throw it in a lake or burn it somehow, I am down. I just want to make sure you aren't, doing it because you're really pretty, Mira blurts out, her mouth numb. Zoe flicks her eyes up at her, the corner of her mouth twitching in amusement. It takes a moment for Mira again. Sorry, necklace. I don't actually know what to do with it. I just wanted you to know that I kept it, but if you have any. Zoe closes her hand around the locket in Mira's palm. She looks up at her, a gentle smile on her face. You can say no, Zoe says gently. But can I have it? I think I know what I can do. You can have whatever you want, everything you want, Mira thinks. But she just hands it silently to Zoe, the heart of it resting in her palm, and Zoe takes it with gentle, reverent fingers. Her fingernails scrape against the ring that Mira wears, though Zoe seems unbothered by it. In fact, she seems to smile a little when she notices. Sometimes Mira wishes she were curious enough to ask about it. She and Rumi would be more than happy to tell her when she's ready. They never get things in twos anymore. Thank you, Zoe says, her voice quietly soft. Her thumb rubs over the metal, and Mira's heart aches at the sight of seeing her with it. It aches in that tender kind of way. I know how much it meant to you. I promise I'll take care of it. Zoe always takes care of things. Mira never doubted it. Mira's fingers linger as they brush Zoe's hair away from her face, soft and careful, the strand of hair that's been dyed pink. I called it. I called it. I called it. When? Mira mumbles. Zoe's smile turns sly. Mira would have expected nothing less. It's temporary before you start throwing a tantrum that I'm stealing your brand, Zoe says with a giggle, and Mira can't stop staring at her. It's hair chalk. It's hair chalk. Was a big deal here when I was in middle school. I found a box of it in my closet when I was cleaning it out yesterday. I'm kind of surprised that it even worked. Huh. No wonder she and Rumi spent so long in the bathroom. Do you like it? Zoe asks. She's earnest, just as much as she is a little nervous. Mira can tell from the falter of her voice. her fingertips smooth over Zoe's cheek. Has anyone ever told you that you look really pretty in pink? Mira asks her softly. Zoe's smile puts dimples in her cheeks. It stretches the freckles on her face, and Mira wishes she could sit down and count them all. I think you pull it off a lot better than I can, Zoe teases. They're so sweet, I'm throwing. Oh my god! Oh my god, Zomira! Zomira! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, I feel crazy. I feel crazy. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I feel crazy. Oh, Crash out part. I lost count. Oh my god. Okay, notes. I'm letting you know I'll use this to make stickers. Has anyone told you you look really pretty in pink? Notes. Zomira. Notes. And no one believed me when I said I could write fluff SMH. The thing is, even when Jaime writes fluff, I die. So it won't be the last you see of Zomira or the letters. Shh. But now we shift our eyes over to our babies and my personal faves, Zorumi. If I had to describe Zomira as people who learned to love each other again, Zorumi are the people who adore each other, but needed to realize that they can love each other more if they were honest and put down the masks and facades. Knowing both of them? Yeah. Loving the person underneath and yourself is one of the bravest acts of love. Dragging cigar. See you next week. Okay, I'll read this. Oh. I mean, no wonder Jaime can write fluff. Jaime wrote The Unchanging Polaris. It's just that, oh my god, the parallels, the parallels. Zomira. ADHD people pleaser versus autistic perfectionist. Real. What was our diagnosis with Rumi? Nix and I have a diagnosis with Rumi. Autistic, like autism, depression, bipolar, um, and what else was it? Oh my god, I forgot. There was one more. There was one more. I forgot. OCD, obviously. OCD. Cactus sent me the brick stock, don't worry. Chapter 23 snippet, and I'm gonna read it from here because I'm not getting up. Zoe watches, licking as Rumi rocks forward with a low groan of pain. She hadn't meant to stare, but it's kind of hard not to when Mira has her back flush against Rumi. Both of their chests hitched, warm as she could imagine. Stop! Stop! Warm as she can imagine it. She can see Rumi's hands low and steady as Mira grips onto her knuckles for stability or warmth. Shoulders tense and jaw slightly ajar with another breathy groan. Rumi tilts her head towards Mira. This is so okay. It's not going to fit, she whines. It will, Mira murmurs, and Zoe almost Interesting. Huh. Huh. Back flush against Rumi, both their chests hitch, warm as she can imagine it. She can see Rumi's hands low and steady as Mira grips onto her knuckles for stability. What are they trying to fit where? Where are they trying to fit? What? Okay, sure. Sure. I love these like silly snippets that I'm like, I don't know what's happening here, but sure, what the hell? What the hell, sure. Are they doing another escape room? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay, come over here. Come over here. Let's look at the art. Okay. Some GTC Polytrix art by Claire. We love Claire. Okay, I'm turning it. Okay. Okay. Okay, GTC Polytrix art. Well, yes. Well, yes. For the animation. Give me that animation. Hell yeah. I love that one. Sexy with eyebrow scar Mira. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I saw this one. I saw this one. Figurative. I saw this one, but I didn't like it for some reason. Oops. Sorry. Plus the thing that made me laugh by Dragon Whimsical. Oh yeah, yeah. I retweeted this one. I retweeted this one. It's so funny. There. And then she asked if it was raining outside. I love these ones. I've seen all of these. The roomies are so funny. I didn't look at the mirrors because it also has like spoilers from other fanfics, and I was like, just in case, I don't want to get spoiled. Oh my god, time to do bricks. I'm gonna turn this off. Hello, YouTube. Yeah, let's do bricks. Oh my god, I have so many damn messages. Hello. Okay. GTC chapter 22 parallels on bricks. Can you hear my radiator? Isn't it so annoying? 10 pages of bricks. 10 pages of bricks. Okay. Okay. Come over here. Cactus cooked like you would not believe. Oh, I believe. Let's see. Zoe flashes her a disarming smile. Zoe's look disarms her. Mira hates that she always uses that smile to get what she wants because it always freaking works. And this is from the birthday. Yeah. It's about marrying when she's older. Apparently, marriage comes with a lot of power. Mira's family didn't approve of her friendship with Zoe as a kid, and they sure as hell aren't going to approve her relationship with Zoe as an adult. I sense a future blender, RIP. Real. She can tell from the circular design and the care around the corners that Zoe was trying to fashion a ring. That means you should marry me. When Zoe's parents were divorcing, she had to listen to Mira talk about divorce. Zoe chose to not let it affect her feelings and still made a paper ring for Mira and told her they should get married. Aww. Mira chuckles under her breath. Give me your hand. She would give me whatever Mira wanted if she asked for it. They give her everything she wants. The least she could do is offer what little things she has for them. Yeah, the ring. It fits perfectly on her ring finger. Her left, too. You have to offer more than that, Zumi. A fat lie. She likes everything that Zoe could ever give her. If Zoe wanted anything at all, she could just ask. She takes Mira's wrist, remarks that she's seen people do this sort of thing on TV. This one fits. Can you give me your hand now? A small little ladybug. I've loved you ever since you had that ladybug. Yeah, the ladybug. The amount of parallels there are to the scene where Mira slips the ring on Zoe's finger. Yeah, I think the chapter number might be wrong. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. They both admire the homemade ring on Mira's finger. Mira already makes a note. Yep. The bracelet is sitting on the corner, hidden away in the jewelry box for Zoe's bracelet, and she thought of doing the same for the paper ring. Yeah. What is it that they say about people who get married, that they would never be apart from each other? Mira really likes the sound of that. Well, it's not like they were apart for 15 years or anything. Mira laughs, breathless and free. Yeah, I do. The way Mira says this right after the paper ring scene is totally not symbolic of wedding vows. Well, yes, that's why I was like, I'm throwing up. I love you, Zoe says softly, and Mira closes her eyes again. Of course I do. Yeah. Zoe bumps her shoulder into Mira's with a giggle. I'm right, though. You love me. Of course I do. I love you. Of course I do, Rumi. Why did you ever think that I thought anything different? I love you. Of course. Yeah, it's the I love you. Of course I do of it all. Insert duck nodding and smoking a cigarette. Yeah. I love you. Of course I do, Rumi. Why'd you ever think I thought everything different? I wish I could have you the way I want you. But Rumi doesn't seem at all fazed by the question. She gently scrapes the fruit and my parents weren't around to teach me to cook. We're gonna get to anyone who grew up with absent parents. Has your hyper independence from a young age caused burnout yet? How does it feel to have been ahead of everyone else as a kid, but feel behind now because you're still seeking that love and attention you never got? Anyways, Jesus. Zoe hopes she can fill the red cups with them someday. She has more than. Why would they ever want to wear bracelets with yarn and twine from Michael? Women who have everything, that she could give them something. Yeah. Now she's trying her damn hardest to show Mira and Rumi. Women who have everything, that she could give them something. Yeah. You have to give something in return. Transaction, transaction, transaction. Yes. Oh, but she does have more than enough when she doesn't really believe what little she has in comparison is even good, though, because what could she offer them that they don't already have? Yeah. Oh, like a date? Why'd you? It's business. This reminded me of the scene between Rumi and Gino in the movie when they made it. That's funny. That is funny. Hell yeah. I was going to keep my phone next to me in case anything happened while you two were out, but I could. I had my ringer on. Yeah, girlies are traumatized. I guess that would happen if you didn't pick up your fucking phone because you were too busy hate fucking while the girl you're both in love gets in a fucking car crash. I guess that'll do that to you. Mira admires Zoe for a lot of things, so many things. One of the main things that she adores about her is the fact that Zoe never likes to beat around the bush. Honesty comes so easily to someone like Zoe, and Mira thinks that she's going to spend the rest of her life trying to emulate even half of how easy it is for her. Friends have to be honest. Zoe values honesty. Friends have to be honest. Friends are honest. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. I don't think I did a good job keeping them together, she mumbles almost to herself. Zoe thinks that it's her job to diffuse the anger in relationships from when she was as a kid. Makes sense why she wanted to be the mediator for Ramira. Well, of course. I mean, this takes me to when the sky breaks west. When Zoe gets some Rumira angst in When the Sky Breaks West, and Zoe is like, "Stop fighting! You two just remind me of my parents when, like, my parents used to fight." So, oh. Child of divorce, Zoe, how I love you. Child of divorce, Zoe, how I love you. Um, Maybe I can bring you pictures from Disneyland. I still have dream of bringing you to Disneyland. Oh, God. She never went to Disneyland. 7. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Um, When the Sky Breaks West is not the Dirt by the Tree. Dirt by the Tree is the one where, like, Rumi dies. It's like it's canon compliant up until the part that, like, Rumi died. I haven't read that either. But it's where Rumi dies, basically. Rumi commits suicide. So that's a different one. When the Sky Breaks West is Zoe as a child of abuse fanfic. Very heavy subjects, both of them. Anyways, it's been hard not to think for the past few days when all her smiles have been because of Zoe eating ice cream in her quiet house way past their bedtime. pulling pranks on Rumi and her. Their laughter as they play on Zoe's PC together, pulling pranks on Rumi and her dad, and eating ice cream in her quiet house at 2 a.m, way past their bedtime, even for adults like them. Q, something's never changed from Frozen 2. Her smile has always belonged to Zoe. Smile of hers that has always belonged to Mira. Mm-hmm. I don't know. That's kind of gay. That's kind of gay. Zoe suddenly remembers when the three of them walked to the convenience store from down from her house. Oh god. Oh no. Hiccuped too hard. You ever hiccup hard and it like gets you like, oh shit. Zoe suddenly remembers when the three of them walked to the convenience store down from her house. Oh god. After she spent an hour trying to convince them. She remembers Rumi stepping off the her and Mira walked together, and how Mira had grabbed the back of her shirt and yanked her back like a misbehaving dog. I think it's sweet, the hand holding. You can hold hands while we drive. I won't say anything. I mean, it's always the Rumi to each other, yada yada. Rumi or Rumi, so others could be happy. I'm sorry. And to anyone who wants of others, even though it slowly killed you inside, I'm sorry. Hey, so why would you say that? Why would you say that to me specifically? Mm-hmm. Why would you say that to me specifically? Why? Okay. It's sweet and a little rosy, not too strong. It reminds her of warmth and damn. Jaime is such a comedian. How funny, like falling out. Yeah, it still makes her uncomfortable sometimes whenever Rumi and Mira flash their credit cards at her. Blah blah blah. When Zoe was 7 years old, her parents they gave her about 13,000 won to spend on whatever she wanted, which to a 7-year-old was the equivalent of giving her a damn $750 now. But don't spend it all as we get inside, her mother had warned. I remember this so clearly. Little Zoe nodded along to her words, and she ended up not spending a single dime at the zoo. Not even when her father had begged her to spend at least a quarter of it on some water or a tiny little panda eraser. Little Zoe was adamant not to spend it on a single thing because she wanted to be responsible and show her family that she could be reliable. It exhausted her parents. She still didn't care. Don't worry, guys. Zoe had the relationship with money since she was a kid. Yeah, like that girl, real. She's so real. Even if she doesn't feel like she's the kind of person who deserves this kind of attention. Zoe having self-worth issues? Fork found in kitchen sigh. If people ever made you feel like you weren't enough to receive praise because you didn't meet the expectations that they placed on you. I love that this whole document is like, did this happen to you? I'm sorry. Zoe doesn't like dark colors like this. She likes oranges, yellows, and pinks and purples. Ah, yes, of course she loves pink and purple from when she was a kid. If you think, a protector, you have no idea what protection is. Mira being described as a protector in so many chapters just for Zoe to say this to her. Damn, it's not wrong though. It's such a childish protest that Zoe can't help but giggle. Mira, she says again, you can cry. You're allowed to. No one will help you if you cry. Yeah, no one will help you. Mira was taught not to cry. Yes, Zoe is telling her the complete opposite of what she was taught, as being there for being there to help her through it. Her heart is pretty. Your heart is really pretty. I mean, yeah, your heart is really pretty gets me all the time. Your heart is. I remember reading that, and I was thinking like that is the sweetest and most romantic thing ever. Even though it sounds so corny, I don't care. I think it's so cute and romantic. Maybe entitled to compensation. Has she ever let herself sob like children should? Nope, no, she hasn't. Yep. Mira rubs the pad of her thumb. Reminds me of every time Mira would and Rumi would rub their. Yep. And she has it for a while, so she's doing it again. Something. Are you okay? Her mother asks, panicked and worried. To anyone who never received affection at home and was only shown love in public because others were watching, I'm sorry. She would rather take his blazing anger than the cold stares he gives her over the dinner table when Minho brags about scoring high on. She would rather be hated and held than disapproved of and stood at a distance. Like infamous chapter 8, of course. Well, that's not similar at all. Her father puts his hand on her mother's shoulder, a quiet command, and she clears her throat, dusts off her skirt stands, and puts distance between the two of them without another word. I just want to make a PSA that's more general but still related to the snippet. A submissive parent who goes along with everything the abusive one does is just as abusive. Yes. Well, yes. Yeah. Haha. Bye, all. Chapter 8, anyone? Yeah. Look at me, he says, a reminder that his kindness can be taken away just as quickly as he offered it. Stray cats know this all too well. Chapter 8. They get a nice meal, but the second they bring home a mouse, no one wants them around anymore, and they're not offered anything anymore. To anyone who was shown that love is conditional, I'm sorry. We, as in the Kongs, Mira is nothing without her family. For once in her life, Mira thinks of all the people who told her she was just like her father and believes it. To anyone who has had their parents prioritize their wants over your needs, I'm sorry. To anyone who has been made to feel like you have to put on a facade to be more loved by your family, I'm sorry. To anyone instead of being a good person, I'm sorry. To anyone who wanted to be themselves and were constantly told not to by their parents, I'm sorry. To anyone who wanted a normal childhood and was only ever met with violence and disappointment, I'm sorry. To anyone who is more familiar with people being angry at you rather than proud of you, I'm sorry. Transaction, transaction, transaction. She hasn't cried like this in a long time. She hasn't let herself. For some reason, Zoe makes her feel like she can. Mira growing up with love and affection being transactional, but she feels comfortable enough to cry in front of Zoe even when they were kids. Yeah. Why are you personally attacking me? What the hell? I'm sorry. Had to go to dinner, but I love that I come back and we're reading the Brick Dog. Mira shimmies a little closer until their knees touch. Zoe giggles. She presses their knees together one last time. Zoe and Mira sitting the same way they did as kids when in their treehouse. Oh! She crouches by Zoe's bedside in an instant. It's just the two of them here. There's a part of her that wishes there were an adult in the room so she could feel the disapproving eyes on her. Yeah. To anyone who was treated without empathy for simply being human and making mistakes, I'm sorry. To anyone who was met with disappointment and reprimand when you should have been talked to and corrected gently, I'm sorry. Still warm and smelling like the breakfast she had that morning. Pancakes in the warm sun. Yep. Zoe smells like pancakes in the warm sun. Um, to anyone who Mira inhales with a sob. She's never had someone be this gentle with her before. It scares her, and she can feel every part of her body tensing and trembling with the anticipation that this will be taken from her the moment she lets her guard down. To anyone who feels like they were never able to be vulnerable in front of others without consequence, I'm sorry. To anyone who is afraid of their own feelings and bottles everything up so they don't have to deal with it, I'm sorry. To anyone who was made to feel less than after sharing your emotions with someone else, I'm sorry. Has anyone ever told you that you look really pretty in pink? No, this is what has anyone Zoe happily remarks. Has anyone ever told you that? This was chapter 21. I'm correcting you. Guys, Tammy's writing and writing style is like crack I needed injected into my veins. Oh god. Okay. Come over here. It's in the GTC Discord in the spoilers channel. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. Hi, Reef. Welcome back, selfie camera Artie. Hi. It's 11:45. To be fair, I did say this one was. Oh, and that was therapy with Cactus. Thanks for joining, everyone. I guess therapy with Cactus and Artie because I was reading it out loud, but it was Cactus. So yeah, I'm so tired. Does Cactus moonlight as a therapist by chance? Thank you, Cactus. Thank you, Cactus. Huh. Now I really want to listen to Our Word. Do we listen to Our Word? I feel like I already listened to Our Word in a stream before. Anyway, that was a weird therapy session. Calling everyone out. Less therapy and more just calling people out. Oh, hello. Hello, YouTube. This is where we ended. This is where we ended, YouTube. Hello. Oh my god,
My hair looks so crazy, I look so crazy. But thanks for joining, thanks for being here, and to anyone watching later. Love you. Thank you for being here. Bye, YouTube. Bye.